यानी कि पंजाबी का बयान है, कलाम है।
أيكم السلام عليكم.
We have 8 teams from Group Green, 8 teams from Group Red, 16 elite squads fighting for the last 2 tickets to the Grand Finals. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Last Chance. I'm your stage host, 7WG. Over the next 2 days, every rotation matters. Every fight is a must win. One mistake and their dreams can shatter. 14 teams will go home, 2 will rise above the toughest task in PUBG Mobile's history. This is the last chance.
Woo! That's how you start a show, baby. The last chance is here. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Neptura. Guys, 2 teams move forward. 2 teams, 2 days. That's it, Max. How you feeling?
I am feeling so bloody good, Hot Jukes. And you know what? 14 teams after this weekend are not going to be feeling too good, Mr. Stark. They're going to disappear into oblivion. And it's called the airport. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the place they want to avoid completely, Neptura, right? I mean, this is the first time we're seeing so many teams be done in just a snap of your fingers, just like that, gone.
And it's not even 3 days. It's not a regular format, Jukes. It's 12 matches, 2 days only to get 2 spots. I'm frankly feeling very nervous for all of the teams because we've seen time and time again, one team just comes in, pops off, and subverts all expectations. So none of these teams have a shoe chance of getting in. That didn't make sense, but we're going to roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it during all these previous stages, right? Like, oh, teams can have a few bad games, this and that and the other, right? Here in the last chance, Max, I mean, 7 said it best. 0 mistakes, right? Every game you gotta pop off if you want to make it to the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, you asked us also during the previous stages, right, Hot Jukes, of how many days can you have of bad games? And we said like 1, but now you only have 2 days worth of gameplay. I'm going to say you can have 3 bad games after that. If you get too many 0-point games, you are out of the top 2 race because it is going to be so competitive at the top, man. This is so unforgiving.
What do you think about that, Neptura? 3 bad games?
You think 3 games? I think
3.
1. You get 1 bad game. 1.
But
that's
everyone's going to have bad
lot.
games. Everyone has like at least some bad games at the top. So I'm thinking 3 is like
I mean,
a good
yeah, that's
threshold.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by bad game means 5 points, right? I just want to clear.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be crazy, right? Because, I mean, it's only top 2, right? I mean, it was top 7, top 8. Maybe you could breathe a little bit more here, right? These are your participating teams that we're going to see from the different regions. But with top 2, you got to put something on the board, I think, every single game, Neptura.
Yeah, you do. It's going to be really interesting to see because we've seen some big teams go really, really heavy in like the group stages, right, in 1 day. So like we had APG, for instance, one of the in Group Green that just popped off day 2. And after that, we're untouchable. And that's going to really harm a lot of the other teams' chance because when you have a team that's farming points like that, it's going to be very, very difficult to bounce back from that. So I think a lot of the teams have to really look out for teams that have that potential to do that. And just adjust their thing accordingly, adjust their strategy accordingly.
I mean, look at this lineup, man. You got to say goodbye to 14 of these teams. I don't want to, but do we have a choice, Nipter? Unfortunately, we don't really have, and we're going to have to say goodbye to most of these squads. That's going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, for sure. So take a look. These are 2 teams we wanted to look at, Neptura, right? The Wolves versus Team Flash. This is the Team Flash's first time at PMGC. And Wolves, some players we've definitely seen here before, but this is their first time as a group. And they performed pretty darn good during the group stage.
They really did. I was so impressed with Team Flash, honestly. To have a team that's not really known to me come out and then go so hard, so heavy, and be so close. Just that final game was the tipping point for them to not make it into the top 3 is really, really heartbreaking for me. So I'm really rooting for them unbiasedly, but I really do hope they do well here because I do think they really deserve to go to finals. It was great for them.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and qualify to the finals, and if they make it, just hot drop E-Arena because they ruined their chances early on to make it to the finals. That would be a funny storyline. But yeah, I would agree. Team Flash looking very impressive here. And looking at Wolves also, America's Hot Jukes NA.
Yes!
Able to make it here.
Oh, my sweet, sweet Wolves. Come on, you got to make something happen here. But it's going to be tough, right? I was really worried for them during the gauntlet, during the group stage, because I was like, man, last chance is going to be so difficult because you can't really afford a single misstep. You know, maybe 1 0-point game, maybe, but you got to be getting chicken dinners on top of that. But let's introduce these teams and take it on over to the Sub and WG to introduce the last chance squads.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the teams fighting for the last chance. From Brazil, Influence Rage. Wolves Esports from the USA. Weibo Gaming representing China. Inner Circle from Pakistan. Boars Gaming, Czech Republic. From the EU, Team Falcons. From Saudi Arabia, Gen.G Esports. Geek Esports from Saudi Arabia. Representing Indonesia, Alter Ego Aries. Team Flash from Vietnam. Burmese Goals from Myanmar. From Brazil, Loops Esports. The Pride of Malaysia, Alliance. From Mexico, 9Z Globans. Arc Red from Uzbekistan. Papara Supermassive from Turkey. Here are the teams standing in the last chance, and every player knows what's at stake. Who will crumble under the pressure, and who will rise to claim the final 2 tickets for the Pmgc Grand Finals? The battle for last chance begins now.
And there are your teams here in the last chance, ready to pull out all the stops. Speaking about pulling out all the stops, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. Well, guys, last chances here. We've been talking about it. We've been warning teams about it, right? Just really trying to push these squads to their absolute limit, because when it comes to last chance, it is so cutthroat here. I want to see any kind of like, oh, you know, all right, we're going to land in this spot. All that's got to be gone here, Max Man, because this is it.
Look, if you have a hot drop, except on Rondo, permission granted, you may hot drop in Rondo because it's actually good and useful. If I see it on any other map, Niptra, if I see on Erangel, if I see on Miramar, I'm fuming, okay? It should be sorted by now. Look, her eyes, she's angry. She's pissed. Just even thinking that a hot drop could be happening. So no, that should be sorted out, Niptra, if it happens. I think that some teams maybe have not done enough homework in their hotel room.
Yes, especially, I mean, like, when there's 3 days, then it's like, okay, maybe you get, like, 1 game where you can do that, right? 2 days? Absolutely not. We don't have time for that. You don't have time to take the risk to have a 0-point game. That's just not a thing here. Not a thing at all, Jukes. Like, 12 games is nothing when you really think about it, right? That's 2 Rondos. That's 4 Miramars. That's 6 Erangels. We don't have enough time to do hot drops.
We don't.
Stop it.
Yeah. You know, I think Rondo is going to be so imperative here, guys. It really is, because, I mean, we saw what happened in Group Red, right? Day 1, E-Arena went so crazy, right? Sakura, it was like, what, almost a 30-point match in day number 1. And if something like that happens here, you know, and you segue off those points, Max, I mean, that could lock down your position early.
It really could. Like, it could lock down your fate day 1. Right away. So you really got to be very careful how you're approaching the lobby like the last chance. But man, so much on board. And yeah, this Rondo in particular, Hot Jukes, these points you can get on board are so inflated because of the entire recall system. I mean, Niptura, we talked about it many times. Unless you're DRX and you get a 30-point Miramar, that kind of stands out as an outlier. But are we going to see maybe a 35-point, a 40-point bomb coming onto Rondo? I'm still waiting. I know it's going to happen one day. Could it be today?
I mean, it is entirely possible. I mean, we saw Inner Circle in Group Green, day 1, get the win on Rondo with 18 points. I mean, that's a 28-point game, and the rest of the lobby isn't going to be getting those kinds of points if you're sweeping the lobby that much in the first game. So absolutely, Rondo could be huge, really, really imperative for your final result. And I think we saw that as well in Group Red, right, where it was like E-Arena getting that initial win, that massive chicken dinner with all those eliminations on Rondo day 1 actually helped them secure the top 3 finish as well. So the exact same story could happen here, definitely.
You know what? I'm going to take control for a bit. Hot Jukes, I'm the host now. Okay?
Okay.
Top 2 predictions. Who's making it to Grand Finals from last chance? Niptura, go first. What are you thinking?
Inner Circle and Weibo.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with the side of Weibo and Wolves. What about you, Hot Jukes?
Yes. Ooh. That's exactly you read my mind, Max. I'm going with a double W. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the Wolves there. I am a huge fan of Weibo, Neptura, especially after seeing some of that Car 98 action. You know what I'm saying, from Order?
Oh, yeah.
So I want to see that bow in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, I want to see that too. We've got to have Sook back. We've got to have Weibo back in the finals. It only makes sense, right? I do want to say shout out to Flash as well. I really feel like Flash could do something really cool here. Again, they really impressed me. So if they make it to top 2, I'm not going to be mad about it. But I do think that Inner Circle and Weibo, I think they do have the best chance of getting to finals.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy you bring up Inner Circle because I feel like we have seen, and I remember also Seven send something similar on his side of things. We did see a lot of presence from Falak, not the rest of the team. I want to see PMWC Noki back on board. We remember how impactful Noki was on the second half of PMWC. We see him back at that level, Hot Jukes. oh my goodness, Inner Circle could be on absolute fire for this weekend.
Let's just see how on fire they're about to be, folks. The last chance has begun. Last chance for squads to make it and make their dreams happen in the grand finals. Will it? That is the question here, folks. You see these teams, you can see the pressure on their faces, Max, man, locked into their absolute maximum because, you know, especially when we were talking about it a little bit earlier, if you see these squads, if a team really pops off, or if two teams in particular, let's just say have a crazy like 2 chicken dinner day each, tomorrow is going to be that much more brutal, Max, because there's going to be some squads that we know for sure are not going to make it. How is that going to change the lobby in day 2, right?
It's significantly, because you don't have that position in the middle of the leaderboards where you got a next stage. No, it's called last chance because, well, guess what? It is your last chance. If you fail here, if you're not in the top 2, your PMGC adventure ends right here, right now. So again, as Seven said earlier, there's no more room for mistakes.
No more room for mistakes indeed, folks. Well, it's time to get this started. Let's go. Match number 1, Rondo. John Allen and Blake, take it away.
Oh, some of these teams have been through it, Blank, but they have to go through a little bit more if they want one of those 2 tickets here in the last chance stage. We're gearing up for another Rondo, and we're ready to get stuck into the thick of it. Hot drops, recalls, hot drops, recalls, on repeat for the first 15 or so minutes of this match.
Thing is, I think Rondo is an extremely important map for a lot of our teams here now, because with only 2 days, I think Rondo is going to be your springboard for the teams that are going to be coming in that top 2. I think if you're not able to do well in the top 2 right in this game, it's going to be very difficult for you to maintain pace with the other teams. I genuinely think this is going to be such an important map for so many squads right now. If you're able to get those 28-point, 30-point games even potentially, that is a huge boost to you. Which is why Rondo's a little bit of a scary map to be starting on, because a lot of your game actually relies on this. It's a massive hot drop over towards Neox as well as Test Track. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness me. This is so many teams already getting stuck all the way in here. You got Loops, you got Inner Circle, you got Influence Rage popping in, you got probably everybody else in the lobby right now popping off as well. There's shots firing across this Test Track, across Neos Factory. Redox is sticking the blade in, giving it a twist.
Oh my
the recall
God.
beacons around this area are real hot camping spots right now as well, Blank, but nobody seems to be going for them. Everybody's focused on the inside. Inner Circle busted down to 1. Influence Rage on 2 as well. The Falcons, they're not doing so hot on the inside, with Koa looking to crawl back towards Redox, who's trying to get the reload on. The UMP around the doorframe. Federal super low. 7 rounds in the shotgun chamber. That's going to be pretty dastardly, but steps back, looks for the res, tries to keep it calm. There's so much popping off still, Blank, as the Wolves are also in this fight.
It's so funny looking at even the leaderboard there, which was having an aneurysm trying to keep up with all of the elims coming through. Initial knock is good for 1, but not more than that, as Influence Rage will get back up to 4 there. I think Falcons are able to get a couple of elims. In the meantime, the Wolves are still going on the outside. They do have 2 players down, but Rezable now. What a massive hot drop. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Everyone knows they need big elim games. So where do you drop? You drop Neox. You try and get as much done as possible. You try and get as many elims as possible. There's no room for error anymore.
I mean, a pie divided 8 ways, though, is really not that much. Unfortunately, every team getting just a sliver. Team Flash seemingly coming through, looking pretty good. They've got 3 elims, all 4 players alive. Currently, 3 teams sit with 3 elims on the count. No teams have gone down fully, which means those recalls will be starting to come on through. The question is where? As I said before, I'm surprised that nobody spotted all those parachutes and looked to start to camp the outside of things, look to try and grab those points on the route out as teams looked for those recalls. Could have been pretty profitable on this sort of 6-7 way drop that seems to have unfolded here on Neox Factory.
Oh, I mean, everyone that might have held the outside inside at the moment.
Yeah.
Shots are going through here. M249 for Federal. As Influence Rage seem to be finding the majority of points here, up to 4 now. Arcred still holding on though, pretty strongly. Diego does get flushed out, and the M249 just not quite enough. There is an off angle there. Easy for Bad Boy, off in the distance. It's Arcred and Influence Rage who have profited the most. But yeah, everyone wants these points. Everyone wants the cash from this drop spot. Like you said, it has been divided so many ways that, you know, there's only a few teams that really benefited massively in Wolves, The Flash, Influence Rage, and Arcred. And that's the question if Influence Rage can actually disengage from this.
That is a big question as well for Arcred in the EMP zone. Makes it a little bit harder. I think that might just be off to the southwest side of that one. Well, there's a bit of a disjoint between what we're seeing. I don't think it's on top of them right now. Wolves are spotted though. Ooh, easy for Bad Boy. Spots Coops hopping on the hill on the top of the roof there. He will have cover behind the vents on the roof, which means they can go for the res. But Ramses is actually charging in and looking to control this flush, control this res. Coops, I don't think he's been got up just yet, but Batten is ever vigilant, and Ramses goes down very, very quickly. A nice little hold coming through from Batten, not going for the res, but instead deciding to protect his teammate.
Yeah, Wolves much rather get Coops back up. Pretty important player, but Hardboy with a clean angle. Straight shot down the side. That is a double for him. Now looking towards Doran. Oh, that's a nade in hand. This guy went for the 1v7. So I felt pretty confident in him getting this elim.
Nice little find there. And again, everybody going to be looking to get those recalls. You can see him already. The Wolves are on the recall. So it is now just Doran left here for the Wolves. Looks like easy for Bad Boy, the only representative as well for Arcred. Team Flash are a bit further to the north of this. Alliance are on the south. But no matter what happens here, Arcred will be looking for the recalls down on the southwest side. They've got Glory all the way down, Blank, all the way out. About 6 kilometers, I would say, away from this fight.
What a pop-off at the start of the day as well. And you sort of expected it to happen here on Rondo, as teams know that this has to be their trampoline. It has to be their trampoline to get leaderboard.
Absolutely. They've got a little bit more under their belt now. For Arcred, the major profiteers, they may lose their last play, but they've got 6 elims already, Blank. They can get those reses all the way out on the southwest side. This is a really good start for them. But the question is transitioning into the middle and late game here. It's not infrequently that we see teams get up towards that 6, 7, 8 point margin here on Rondo, and then go down in 10th place, right, on the teams. It is a little bit sometimes not quite the full trampoline that you want, right? So it's about having a good start, yes, but it's also about converting that into a solid finish.
I personally don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at this point. It's like if Arcred was going to have a bad game and go out, in 10th place, they'd have 0 points if they didn't take that fight. I'd much rather they just had 6, right? No matter what happens, it's a benefit. You're finding value from that, no matter what you do. And Neox Factory is so close towards the center of the map. It's a really good position to start moving out from, even if you do cut away towards those recall beacons on the outside. So I genuinely don't think there's a downside as long as you're able to disengage, which all of these teams were.
Well, we'll see if they can tuck those under the belt. But if you want top 2, Blank, I mean, that's a really tall order. You're talking about getting up over... I mean, if you get 120 points on 12 matches, it's pretty likely you're going to be in that top 2. But anything beneath that, it's a very variable part of the table. The top positions generally are very in flux. It's when you start to get down towards where 3rd place is going to be, down towards where 5th place is going to be, that sort of area of the table that is a bit more predictable. But the volatility at the top means that you need as many points as you can every single game. And sure, 6 points is good, but it's not 10. It's not 11. And that's what teams should be looking for here, to set their sights on those sorts of averages to get into a top 2 on a 12-match set.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that no matter what happened in Neox Factory, it was value.
Oh, yeah. It's a profit. It's definitely profit, for sure.
For everyone. Yeah. 6 points is fine. 6 points is fine. Like you said, it's not going to take you to the top. But for Arcred, that was a freebie. It's a freebie for them at 6 minutes. It's going to assist them. Compared to Alliance, they might finish out the game in 1st place, but only get 10 points. It's not going to cut the cake for them. Let's take a little bit of a zoom in over towards the map, at least, which does head over towards Neox. So you do have sort of the de facto winners, I would say, in the Flash. We're able to outlast pretty much everyone else in Neox Factory. They took a little bit more of a passive approach towards the end of that fight. Started third partying a little bit more. They actually have a strong position to move out from going forward. Gen G in a pretty frightening area of the map at the moment. A little bit difficult to play, but they have this small dish. They have vehicles too, which is good. Quick also, first time we see the pickaxe on the big screen.
I mean,
doing his best.
Let's get through there, you know, creating those little divots. I mean, we have seen them be pretty impactful. Normally we see them being generated by the nades coming on through, but he's getting pretty far down there. There's only so far you can dig. I think he might have hit the limit there. But this is it's a decent bit of cover. It does eat grenades, though. If someone knows you're in there, they put a nade on, you're done and dusted.
I feel bad for him. He's told to get digging, essentially. Wolves versus Arcred. So low right now. He just needs to get out and take the shots. Coops could even wait on the outside, but he's taking a little bit of a blasting. It's just a couple of shots needed, and they cannot find them onto Arcred. We're swinging past, but I don't think for long, as the Burmese Ghouls will be all that happy to pick up these points.
They'll be thrilled with that one. Arcred try and crash out on that southwest side. That transition did not go successfully for them. Now with just the one player left standing, that point is taken away. 4 elims for the Burmese Ghouls. And Arcred, they stop on 6, Blank. So sure, 6 is good. But as I said before, it's not going to be enough for a 1st or 2nd place.
Absolutely not. I mean, they get the 6 points. They don't go further than that. Burmese Ghouls grab 4 off them. So only 2 points behind that. Yeah, that transition was not great. Not great. I think you know that Wolves are likely going to be making a similar rotate to you as well from where they grabbed the recall beacon. And I think they could have diverted a little bit sooner there. I think Burmese Ghouls being in this building is, I would say, fairly obvious as well, considering it's one of the few spots that are fairly safe on the outer edge of the circle. Weibo makes a great rotate in the early game. They grab high ground.
They have that opportunity to get on through. They're fairly central, though. Alter Ego kind of have quite a lot of it as well on that northern side of things. Team Flash coming up against Inner Circle. Of course, these two teams playing in different groups will not have faced each other before, and both very close to that bubble plan. Very, very close indeed. 5th place for Inner Circle. Team Flash just pipped to the post by 1 point by E-Arena. Both of them desperate to jump up towards the top spots, you could see. They are taking that fight back and forth. Inner Circle look to be able to get this res as Team Flash now busted down to 2 on the north side.
If Inner Circle, I have big hopes for this team. On their first day, they looked really good, but not sure what happened between then. But the performance seems to take a pretty big downward trend. Again, for Noki, I wanted to see some more of these fantastic off angles. He's a very good player when it comes to taking these 1v1s too. Not just Falak on the team. Now Inner Circle looking to hold out the rest of Flash. And Flash desperately looking for a knock on one of these nades, but not finding the angle just yet. These arcs aren't quite going through, and the circle going far down towards the southwest. Suddenly, it's a long journey ahead of them for the Flash and Inner Circle.
They really do have quite a distance to travel. And they have to get a move on. I mean, Team Flash getting everyone back up, that's great. But now getting through this roadblock is tough stuff. It is hard going. A treacherous road ahead. Burmese Ghouls taking shots over towards Weibo, actually, who have been trying to find their way, and they moved Sook up to the middle. But now with 5 elims, Burmese Ghouls having a good time on that southwest side. Looks like they're liking Rondo today. Order goes down to the play zone, so a lot of Weibo not really being able to get in at all here. And actually, Kamikaze has been sat in the middle of this circle for a long, long time. Max brought something up in the chat. He thinks he's on top of that pillar in the middle, and the rest of his team now looking to regroup around him.
Yeah, he's pulling the old Sakura strat. And the Sakura strat, without it, I don't think E-Arena would have made it into the grand finals. Nico, though, does find a good shove towards Sook, which will eliminate Weibo on their first game, despite a decent initial rotate as well. It's a little bit sad. Alter Ego playing pretty central position. So many great teams that could make it to the top 2 here in the last chance. It's actually so unfortunate we have to say goodbye to so many of them.
Yeah, it is pretty nasty stuff, right? Only 2 of these teams, and I mean, picking 2 out of this lobby. I mean, I'm trying to pick at least 5 right now in my head, and it's a really tough decision. And I mean, in the end, it'll come down to who is better on the day, as it always does, right? But still, there are so many deserving rosters who have put in so much work from all across the world. We'll see if, I mean, maybe we'll have an American representative as well coming on through, a North American representative at that, in Wolves, because right now they're top of the pack. The question is, can they keep on to it? Because 6 points this early in the tournament, first match. First place means basically nothing. It's about getting through the rest of this game. Through the rest of the games you have left to play. GK trying to take down Batten. They've already left Morin in the dust, but able to connect a really strong shot with that auto shotty, and now over to Nerzed. Attention, flung out wide, and he doesn't have the backup of his team to keep that angle under control. Now they'll marshal their position, though, and play a little bit more towards GK.
Yeah, Baton being down, it's a tough choice now for Wolves, and I think that for them, they are just going to back it off, try head over towards that north side, but they're barreling towards Papra Supermassive, as we've seen. Pretty treacherous in terms of the approach for a lot of squads. In a circle, dealing with the Falcons now, who crash upon towards the building. Initial shots are good, but Ralph does not find him inside the building.
Oh, that is nasty. They can't make that run up, and Koa now trapped out in the cold. Only the one player on the inside for the Falcons. And you got to imagine Redox is going to bleed out. Not a good roll up for them. They had a terrible time on that northern side. They've got 4 points on the match blank. So still a little bit of a commiseration reward, but that's got to feel nasty.
Yeah, for the Wolves also going down, Falcons is a tough approach. Tough approach over towards the southwest. Alter Ego that looks like they might be on for a winner right now, depending on how the south side of the circle ends up. Loops, Gen G, Alliance still trying to make it through. Alliance really struggling with their end games at the moment. Their early to mid game's great, honestly. 4v4's not so much, and closing out matches just seems to be an impossibility for them. But the Burmese Ghouls, they're rising in the tables. 7 points right now, 4 players alive. It looks good.
Yeah, they are on the outside of the circle here, Blank, on that southwest edge. And you've got to remember as well, this is the first combination that we're seeing of teams from both of the two groups that we had, Group Red and Group Green. And that slow style that we saw in Group Red, the faster pace, the more active decision-making from Group Green. They are coming into conflict now. And our teams will have to navigate as best they can. IC looking to hold out against the Boars this time. They're able to do it against the Falcons. It might be a repeat here. Noki may be on for a Pmgc performance as Exo now, the last Boar to stand, does get the heal off, but inside the shack, he's still got more to do. Koa also has this outside angle. He'll take shots.
Do his best. I mean, he wants a little bit of revenge, right? Good nade from Exo, but immediately falling to Little Boy at distance. Koa, though, spotted, which is a little bit scary now for him. I think Alter Ego could win this game. And it would be nice to see an Alter Ego finish. I think there's been a couple times where they get a little bit greedy on their peaks. So to see them close out a game strong will be very promising for their last chance, because I think they've had plenty of time to analyze what went wrong over in their group stage, which was a little bit of greed here and there.
Falcons are down in 9th place. A lot of this middle pack of the table in the middle single digits, right? And that's what you expect from Rondos, but even more so when you have so many teams hot dropping in Neox. It's a little bit disappointing for Weibo, for Boars, not able to extract value from one of the two Rondos, one of the two potential massive earning games for them. We'll see what the rest of the teams can do. 9ZG, not least of which, because they only have, well, they have 0 points, Blank. Not a zip on their points tally right now. And up into 8th place, only the 1 placement point guaranteed. They do need to start to get stuck in here.
Oh, so the Ghouls looking down towards them. There's smokes all around them, which does set up a bit of a mirage here for Burmese Ghouls to try and look through, but some of these shots are hitting. Yatka also too far away for these nades right now. That one gets a little bit closer, but a good shot from Godspeed. Starts things off stronger towards Melosa, who was the player trying to get closer to get those nades on board, but can't quite handle it. And the Burmese Ghouls continue to truck on.
Against 9ZG, seems like they have things in hand, and 9ZG really struggling to move past the deployable cover. Not enough for them to stay safe from the Ghouls. Reyes spotted, there is an answering nade, and Ichi may be flushable there. He's quite far forwards on the position. Godspeed needs to move in to protect that. The nade bouncing between them, and Gatska goes down as well. Remix able to connect that shot, but again, they're able to reconsolidate. The nade to bounce around the edge, that could be dangerous, but not quite connecting. One from the back line from Collego. That might be a little bit closer. Ooh, nearly gets Ichi down, but not going to be quite the cigar as the Ghouls continue to strike back, leaving just one 9ZG player left standing. Godspeed, though, will get taken down, and 9ZG are giving it a bloody good go.
Come on, Ichi. This is your moment to shine. Looking to take those shots down towards them. They're going for the full reset, but a nade over the top. There's a lot of nades in the hands of 9ZG. This one goes pretty far over the top. It's a nice airburst, but not close enough to the target.
Nade over the top again against Unknown. Polygot surely doesn't survive this. Surely, with the Molotov at his heels, needs to try and come up big, but will fall down in the face of the Ghouls, who are up to 11 eliminations now, Blank. They're over Papara Supermassive, who had Sakura Mountain under lock and key, but now they've had to descend. They are not so happy in the fight. They've lost Nico. They're down to 2 Kamikaze and lost both. Looking to try and keep things together. Alliance have loops rolling up on them on this southeast side. In the meantime, the Ghouls are looking to push on over from that western edge. A little repair work needed. Alliance fall. Loops crash successfully. 8 elims there, and we're on for some big games now.
Oh my days. Absolutely we are. I mean, 12 elims for Papara Supermassive, which has come out of nowhere. Burmese Ghouls with the 11. Loops in 8. Influence Rage with 6, but only 2 players still left remaining. What a wild finish this is to Rondo. So many teams trying to push those point tables higher and higher.
I mean, that's how you have to do it. Kamikaze with 6 elims. That's where we've seen a lot of farming take place from up on high. The res actually coming through is pretty big here for Papara Supermassive. They do need to push across, and having all 4 of your players there, 3 players rather for Papara Supermassive, is a massive benefit. For Alter Ego, they're on 4 elims right now, Blank, but they have got the only center circle position.
Alter Ego is just having a great time of it at the moment. Direct center. Rosemary looking to try and scout out what's happening around them. Good shot from Snape up towards Itchy. I think Burmese Ghouls are kind of lacking on supplies now after that long engagement with 9ZG.
Not too much time to get the loot on board either, it seems, because get ready for the push. Need to get that healing done. Maybe a little bit of infantry management. Godspeed on towards Rosemary. Kamikaze being torn apart, and Law able to shred through them. Papa Supermassive will fall. They're on 15 points though, Blank, so a good start for them. Capitalizing on that super duper high ground. Sakura Mountain is theirs for the taking. Luke's now trying to rock up on Influence Rage as well. Law will fall, and that will be the end of Influence Rage. So Loops with Nilzada knocked in the corner. Look at it go toe-to-toe with the Burmese Ghouls, potentially, around the edge of this one, because Alter Ego still sit in the middle of everything, waiting for teams to step towards them.
It's just so funny to me right now. This is basically like the guy sweating versus the guy singing and dancing off the distance for Alter Ego. They've not really had to do too much. They have just been at a recall, trying to call home. All of their change spent on Rosemary, getting to Thailand. It's been good. It's been good from them.
Playing as 3, maybe there's an opening to be made here, but the fact that both Loops and Burmese Ghouls have to make the rotate at the same time, pretty much the same time, could make things harder. But if Loops flex out, the Burmese Ghouls don't have the angles, don't have the challenge over towards them. I mean, that's going to make Alter Ego's life a lot harder. But, again, you need to push towards them. It's slap bang on top of them.
Come on, Ghouls. Now's your time to shine. I have worries, though. I have concerns. Versus Loops. I think they're spotted now, too. Smokes do go down, but it is a nade trap down there. Let's tag on towards Yakka. Godspeed gets out towards the tree, which is great news, though. That little off angle is so important for them. These nades are terrible. That one's okay. The quick switch on the vehicle? Okay.
Happy feet from Unknown. He knows where the nades are, though. Underneath the car, and able to dodge through them. Still a little bit of damage from the Molotov, but they are in the zone, Blank. With all 3 of their players, they are just going through those passenger seats, diving in, finding their gap. And Loops can't tag on. With 4 players alive, they need to start to transition. They need to start to find something. Burmese Ghouls have got no utility to speak of, and Loops have run their nade closet dry.
Yeah, well, Alter Ego's only got 3 as well. I mean, Burmese Ghouls have nothing, but they've got their guns and they've got hands. That's all you really need in PUBG Mobile at the end of the day. Krypton starts to move out. Has to look for something, but it's a high ground push towards them. Thing is that Loops will be silhouetted first, but it is this 3v4, which is sort of the difficulty for Loops.
I mean, all those nades.
I'm worried for Alter Ego here.
All those nades that Loops put towards Burmese Ghouls, I suppose it's kind of given them a load of divots to play with as well, which might help them against Alter Ego and make things harder. Loops want some of their own, as Nilzada's digging in around the tree trunk.
Really are in the mines right now, all over the place. Second time. I mean, that's the second time this tournament we've seen the pickaxe, and it's in 1 game. So teams using every advantage at their disposal. Yeah, this is reasonable. I don't think any team wants to be the first to face here. It's frustrating, I imagine, for the Loops that they don't get any of those nades off over towards Burmese Ghouls, but that's a good setup on the smokes to deny angles.
Unknown looks for the challenge on Ratto Boy. Steps out. Oh, what a shot coming on through from Unknown. He saw that peak. Ratto Boy stood bold as brass through the smoke corridor. And he has been clipped, but should be resable. In the pre-made divot with that pickaxe coming on through. It's always annoying that you can't see the smoke canisters in the smoke launcher on these utility bars at the top, Blank. We would have known that Loops had a little bit more to play with. Alter Ego, though, flexing out. I mean, I like this, right? They have had the control for a while now, and they do need to pick up a lot of points from this fight. They want to continue to capitalize.
Good shots again from Unknown off a distance. The Undead looking very much alive here in this endgame. As the Burmese ghouls continue to pop off, dropping loops down to just 2. 14 elims. It really is now time to arise for the ghouls.
And they're on 3. 3v2, v3. Godspeed again, not taking a huge amount of damage from the nades, and the nades are all out from Alter Ego. Loops lose Ratto Boy. Krypton able to find the flush. Just Rafinha left standing. As soon as you get rid of Rafinha, all of a sudden the Burmese ghouls have a little bit more of a clear run here. They have a full frontal fight, and Krypton's low already. Maybe this is their time to strike. Maybe this is their time to arise. Godspeed on the high ground, position known, and no nades to speak of. It's getting to be mano a mano, hand-to-hand combat. As Godspeed steps up, he's taken down by Krypton.
Yeah, no chance there for him. Snape's off angle here is so important. I think the Burmese ghouls likely to go down in second. But this was desperately needed from Alter Ego. I think they held out for quite a while here. They weren't quite as proactive as we liked, but it still earns them big points. But I think it is the Burmese ghouls to take top pole position there with the amount of points they're able to score. Very chilled out game though for Alter Ego. That's what you want to see. Honestly, a very chilled out game is nice on Rondo and still getting some points off the back of it. You don't want to be the guys who are all inside of Neox Factory bare knuckle boxing.
Oh dear, no, that was pretty nasty stuff. I mean, it was... Who was it who was stuck in that hot drop and got towards the end there? I felt like nobody... Loops, actually, were on that hot drop and did manage to get into that third place. So, apart from that, seemingly, mostly, our team's going down in the middle of the pack. But that point denial at the end as well, Blank, coming through from the Burmese ghouls, could come in clutch. On these short match sets, obviously, those single point differences really do matter. And we'll have to wait and see if that will come into play later on, because there are only 2 spots left to claim in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to take them. But for now, Alter Ego, points. A couple more points for the Burmese ghouls. Let's arise to the desk.
Forget everything you knew about tactical PUBG Mobile, because what we just witnessed in Game 1 of Rondo was pure, unfiltered, violent euphoria. Maxman, Alter Ego, get the win in this one, but I think we were the winners, just being able to witness it.
I want to replay this in the cinema in 4K 120 FPS because absolute cinema. I know I've been saying that the entire tournament, but the entirety of this PMGC has been unreal so far, and Alter Ego able to take themselves a solid win here. Niptura, sure, maybe not as aggressive as some people would like them to be, but I think they were just passive enough to make sure that win was not going to escape their grasp.
Yeah, they played this really, really well. Yeah, okay, it's more passive. We might have wanted to see them come in with the vehicles and just sweep the edge and get rid of all the rest of them very, very quickly. But I think they played it really well, especially considering they had the only building in the zone. And if you actually look at their vantage point, it's uphill, right? So they couldn't really see over the crest of that hill, and they couldn't know who was there and who was going to be waiting for them if they did get in those vehicles. So I think they played this really, really well, and how they should have played it. And you know what? They got the win, so obviously something worked, right?
Definitely something did go in their favor, but I think some people were hoping for them to third party Loops and the side of Burmese ghouls, which I was also hoping for the same thing. But Loops, clearly, by how they were playing positionally speaking, they did not want to fight because they were scared of that potential Alter Ego third party. So Alter Ego were just not given that opening. And because they weren't given that opening, guess what? You just hold down the fort and you make it work out. But talking about a fight in a big fort, in the Neox fort here, Hot Jukes. How many teams were in here? Like, in this hot drop? What?
It was 5. It was crazy. I mean, the 3-1 split strat is the meta, 100%. I mean, it's so wild to see 5 teams drop in this area with 3 while sending 1 off to get res Neptura. And I mean, it worked out perfectly because so many teams were able to get a ton of eliminations to start this one off.
Weren't they just? I mean, we saw teams coming out of here with 6, 7 eliminations just off the bat of this hot drop coming through here, and then they get that full reset, and it's just game as usual. It's a fantastic strat that I love that we're seeing come into Rondo. It was those rotations afterwards, though. You're seeing a lot of them here. This field in particular was really rough on a lot of teams. I think we saw like 3, 4 different teams fall very early. So it's the field of death, Maxman.
It really was. I mean, it was so cool. So in Neox to see Flash coming in as a third party, they're like, the fight's over. Let's pick up the stragglers. The chances are there's not a full squad still alive. So I do really respect it. But though, I really like what John and Blank were talking about during this game. The pickaxe coming out and is now meta on Rondo, question mark, creating those dips without having to waste some C4s or grenades is actually very impactful. You're just getting a free little hold in these flat terrain finishes. And we saw it used, especially in the finishing moments by Loops, if I'm not mistaken. So pickaxe meta is real. Better than the shotgun. Maybe not. Okay, calm down.
Yeah, pickaxe strong, shotgun always stronger, right? It's so wild to see here though towards the end. I like the fact that we saw the Burmese Ghouls just kind of wait out Loops there towards the end because they had no choice. Blue was going to push them out. They did. But look at these points, Neptura. The Burmese Ghouls! 20 on the board for match number 1.
Heck yeah, they are rising up those leaderboards. They are here to stay. We saw them be so quiet in Group Red, right? And then they started to be a little bit more active, a little bit louder. And now in Last Chance, they're coming in with a bang. They are shouting from the top of the leaderboard. 20 points overall. I mean, yeah, Alter Ego with 18, Loops with 16, Papara with 15 as well, right? It is close, but 20 points is a great start to their Last Chance.
I mean, especially happy with Papara Supermassive Blaze. They had themselves Kamikaze on that stone pillar for a majority of the early game, and the circle shifts down south towards the stone pillar, and the entire team just rotates, claims that position all around it, and even negate the rotation right, Niptura, of Weibo Gaming that, as we can see on these rankings, only get themselves 1 point. So actually, I really like the use of these stone pillars, really becoming such a strong position if it does end up to be in a mid to late game circle.
Yeah, we've seen it before with Sakura and E-Arena, right? They had such a vantage point with those high ground areas, with those rocks, that they were able to control a lot of the lobby. And I think Papara were trying to do the same thing. The zone did move away from them, but then they actually used that to actually use their rocks as a information point. And so once the zone moved away, they were able to actually just go ahead and go around the south side and clear all those teams that they knew all the things about. So it still really helped, even though the zone moved away. You see MVP there was Krypton, and we move over to the top 4 players, and yeah, okay, it's got to be Kamikaze, right? He was the guy up on the mountain doing all the things. So not only information scouting, but some damage scouting as well.
Yeah, just so you guys know, the MVP has to be on the winning team for each match, so that's why it was Krypton, but I was like, it's definitely not, stats-wise, it definitely wouldn't be Krypton normally. Unknown. By the way, Unknown this game, he had some shots where he was getting literally pre-fired by Loops, and he peaks, and he still gets the elimination. What a reaction time from Unknown, really standing out as one of the top-tier players from Myanmar in the Burmese Gold squad, and Rafina, and of course, Kamikaze, as you said. All the information in the world here, able to pop off on that stone pillar position.
Yep.
Neptura. You know what, Max?
Definitely. Yes.
You guys want to hear a crazy stat?
Ooh.
I just did the math. There was 122 eliminations in the last game.
What?
The lobby died twice.
122 eliminations. Because I was sitting quiet doing the math because I looked at the match rankings and saw 5th place with more than 10 points. I was like, how many eliminations were there out there? 122. That just shows how imperative Rondo is. Yeah. I'm really wondering what's going to happen tomorrow. You know what? We'll speculate that later, right? But we're getting into Aaron Gale, Max, man. What are your big expectations going into Aaron Gale?
Oh, Erangel. I mean, Inner Circle, right? I always love to see how Inner Circle play on the grassy pastures. I think they play it extremely, extremely well. I wonder if they're going to have a little bit of a fight with Wolves on Western Bridge. Didn't happen before. I don't think it's going to happen here. So, but that's my expectation here is Inner Circle, Pakistan, on point. Let's go.
Hey, are we going to see that comeback from Weibo here in Nepturo? Yes or no?
They've got to do it now. I sure hope they do. I mean, they're very quiet Rondo, so I think this next game they've got to make up for it. I feel like there's too much at stake here to really be lackadaisical here.
Yep, don't wait, pull the trigger, make it happen. It's Aaron Gale. Will it be as aggressive as the last one? I don't think so, John and Blake.
Hey, look, I hate to stat check you on the opener here, Hot Jukes, but I'm pretty sure it was 90 elims in that last match, which is still a lot, right? Don't get me wrong, that's like 10 elims over the odds for what we expect even from a Rondo, but 122, I think that might be the total points that were earned by the lobby. I'm not entirely sure. 90 in that first game. It got hot on the drop. Let's see if things repeat themselves, because hopefully not here on Erangel. A little bit of return to sanity as the south side plane path keeps us nice and tucked in towards Sosnovka, but still keeps a little bit of access to the mainland.
Is it time for double Sosnovka finishes again? That is the real question on my mind. And I hope that the answer is no, because it is brutal, especially in last chance having double Sosnovkas. Just doesn't guarantee you points. It really doesn't. A lot of it is luck of the draw, where you're able to end up and how quickly you're able to get there, as well as just having drop spot advantage. But we'll see where the circle does go on this. Obviously for Erangel, you want to get as many points as possible. These are much higher averages over Erangel as opposed to Rondo or Miramar. Cuts in a little bit of Sosnovka, which isn't great, but we are heading down towards Milta, which is a great start for Papra Supermassive at least.
Yeah, they'll have an option to take wherever they want to convert on their pretty big game in that last match as well. 15 elims found, 12 elims found, 3 placements, 15 points total. Looking to try and convert. 2 teams on Sosnovka, Inner Circle and Geeke as well. Looking to try and get across. We'll see who will be able to make that crossing, or indeed if they want to. Weibo on that north side, currently still in the car, maybe going all the way up to Severny. We'll have to wait and see. They'll have quite a road ahead of them, and they are all in one vehicle, so they still haven't reached wherever they're trying to get to. The Burmese Ghouls, they didn't win it, but they did manage to sit atop the pack on the points blank. 20 points found, a massive game for them.
Yeah, a really huge game, and we do have an interview with Ichi coming up very shortly. In fact, right now, because he's been performing extremely good inside this lobby.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Ichi from BG, a team that's trying to mimic exactly what Yangon Galacticos did at Pmgc. Go from last chance, get to the finals, and become the champions. Now, Ichi, I do want to pick your brain a little bit, because in that Ronda match, I think we had almost 8 teams fighting in Neox Factory. Your team decided not to do any hot drops. You decided to land on a 2-2 split in Hongshan. What was the reasoning behind that strategy?
စာပိုင်း hot drop မှာမစင်းပဲနဲ့နှစ်ယောက် home champ မှာဆင်းသွားတဲ့ပုံမှာ strategy ပုံမှာဘယ်လိုမျိုးဘာတွေပြောချင်တင်လဲ
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ target ကတော့အဲ့လို early game fight ဖို့မဟုတ်ကျွန်တော် late game မှာ4ယောက်စပိုင်းနဲ့ကျွန်တော် KD ကိုရသလောက်ယူမယ်ရတဲ့အမှတ်ကိုရသလိုယူမယ်ကျွန်တော် plan တော့အဲ့ဒါပါပဲ
Our plan is not to take a hot drop, but to survive all 4 players until the late game to get as many points as possible.
Well, it definitely worked out with the amount of eliminations you were able to put up. Now, with this amazing match that you have, what kind of momentum can you carry on into Erangel? How is the team feeling?
The momentum ကို Erangel ဘယ်လိုမျိုးယူရမလဲအတင်းအောင်အခုချိန်ခန်းစားချက်ဘယ်လိုရှိလဲ
ကျွန်တော်ဒီ Erangel ကိုတော့အရင်ကအမားတွေကိုပဲကျွန်တော်အဓိကပြင်ပြီးတော့အကောင်းဆုံးဆော့သွားမယ် momentum ကိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီ momentum ကိုပဲထိန်းပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် key point တွေယူမယ်အမှတ်တွေယူမယ်အဲ့ဒါပါပဲ
We will keep this momentum and we will get as many points as possible in Erangel.
Well, there you have it, Ichi from BG, wanting to be the champion slayers and continuing on to the grand finals. Back to y'all.
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. Keep that momentum going. It's always tough, though, especially with such a packed lobby, such a stacked roster of teams on the menu. But if they can do it again, if they can keep things under control like they did in that last one, brilliant stuff. They were able to move around nades like I've never seen before, Blank. It seems like they just could not connect when they're thrown towards the Burmese ghouls.
Could not. I mean, Burmese ghouls 20 points right now. I think that aiming for a late game finish, I think works quite well in the favor of the Burmese ghouls. I think that they're most comfortable in that 4-man endgame, personally. Oh, Rosemary going down this early is not great. That's actually very rough for Alterigo. Currently in second place with 18 points. Like, this is the time to continue pushing further up the tables. That felt like not even a scout down towards that position. Especially on this circle as well. You'd imagine there would be a team playing either Milter Power or Mini Milter. In this case, it's Boars. Who would probably want to take one of those buildings just in case, for basically contingency sake. So for Rosemary just to rush that compound, it feels wrong in my head.
Yeah, it is definitely not ideal losing your player early on that east side. Ooh. Yeah, nasty stuff. You know where the balls are. Bad news bears all around. Rosemary not going to be happy with that one. Gen.G on the south side rotate close to the walls. Actually, the Falcons are getting stuck in, trying to skewer that rotation from the sidelines. Alliance as well, just a little bit ahead of this. And Gen.G may be happy to play up towards the bridge. The area around this east bridge, Blank, is getting really full of teams, and they're all trying to roll it around and claim some of this land. Ralph goes down, knocked by a player from Wolves. Looks like Gen.G maybe pulling up short as well. Players are starting to fall. Actually, it's Falcons who lose Ralph fully. And in 3 teams rotating almost entirely exactly on top of each other. We'll see what more they can do. Narvalo goes 1-for-1 with claws. And I imagine they're both going to try and bunker down together. I think Falcons may be closer for the res, but the question is accessibility here.
Yeah, I think for Gen.G, it's a little bit easier to sort this fight out. And I think for the Falcons, with just Koa here now and Redux off the distance, yeah, I think this is a bit of a wash right now for the Falcons. This game is going to have to be a case of just set it and forget it. Put it behind you. Likely not to get too many more points, just trying to live out, which is exactly what Redux is going to try to do going forward. He's probably sending towards the center of the zone at the moment, or trying to.
I mean, even the center of the zone here, not super favorable. It's sort of in Milter around that roadblock right now. And the Burmese ghouls pretty much have control of it on their 2-2 split. Controlling that northwest side, forcing that fight to happen could be pretty good for them. Koa is under so much pressure here, and Quick was on the hunt. Even swaps to the passenger seat to get the spray down. Falcons down to 1 player. Blank, it's not looking like we're going to see them over in the finals.
I think for the Falcons right now, it's hard as well. It's hard for me to say because I do really like the Falcons, but from how they've played in all of their aspects of this tournament, I have not been impressed, sadly. I think Narvalo's had some really... I think Narvalo is the one player that I have actually really enjoyed watching from that team, and I think he's given it his all and played his heart out here at Pmgc. But even for him, this is a case of like that's a long time coming for him as a player to really step up in a big way. But I've really enjoyed Narvalo's play. For the rest of the team, I'm kind of just curious of what's going on within the structure, because Koa is better than this. I think everyone at home knows he's better than this as well. So I don't know what's happening.
It's not great from Falcons on the south side right now with 1 player left standing. Just Redux is there. We've seen so much from this roster in the past as well, climbing to last year at Pmgc, for instance, pretty similar roster, getting all the way up to, what was it, 3rd place, right, in the London finals. But since then, it's just been moving from survival to survival, from not really having the greatest of times. as this roster. So maybe it is time to sunset this roster. Maybe they need some new horizons. It's been together for a long time now. Unless they think they can pull it back together, which, to be fair, I would greatly respect if they tried to stick with it for another 2 seasons, for another year after this one.
there is...
And we are kind of already counting them out here, but I think it's a reasonable thing to bring up.
I mean, they're consistently in Pmgc, and they're consistently like making it to the top of the tables in their own region. So I don't think it's time to sunset the roster. I worry for them in terms of international success. You went straight to taking them around the back of the shed. I was like, whoa.
Well, you know, you got to make sure that your players feel confident. And to be fair, often that decision may not come from the organizational standpoint, right? It might be the players themselves. And as you said before, it may be that they want more international success and therefore might leave the roster, try and pursue other avenues. Of course, this is pure speculation, and I don't want to give anyone the idea that I've got inside knowledge, but that definitely is a factor in decision making, right? If you're a player that thinks, I'm better than this roster right now, I'm being held back, you are going to look at other opportunities, and that can really start to shake the foundations of the team.
Potentially. Again, for then we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Sometimes Falcons do start out really terribly and able to claw it back, but that's usually clawing it back towards the 3rd place, and 3rd place right now will not do the trick, sadly. Alter Ego, Burmese Ghouls, 2 teams that are up towards the top. Burmese Ghouls, not the team I expected to be in 1st place after the first game of the day, but what I'm pleased to see there. I think they've improved a lot as the games have gone on. Alter Ego, though, I think that they're a little bit all over the place. I think they have massive potential, though. Massive potential. But there are games where I think they're the best team that makes silly mistakes. I'll put it that way.
I think it might be up between them and Weibo, right? It feels like those 2 rosters have similar sorts of like, yeah, we got smart ideas, but then, oh, hang on a minute. Oh, Soup's gone down. Oh no, Order's out. Alva's fallen. Oh, Rosemary, what have you done? It's that sort of thing that seems to crop up for them, maybe more than some of our other rosters. The circle shift goes a little bit further up north, and Weibo actually going to waste no time rotating around towards Prison. Burmese Ghouls regroup off their 2-2 split that was across the road from the north exit of Milta. And they will need to... Actually, they may not need to move for a little bit longer, but up towards Shelter. That's where teams are going to be looking to turn their attention. And the Wolves and Gen G, they can't leave each other alone, Blank.
Well, they are just hunting each other down frequently. And the Wolves are ahead, so they'll be able to get into the circle a little bit quicker than them. But the difference, in my opinion, between Weibo and Alter Ego is that Alter Ego is willful mistakes, whereas Weibo is just like, oh, we really sucked that fight. But no pun intended. No pun intended. But I think Weibo also has this weird consistency of weird tendency to be like, oh my god, they have just annihilated that team, and that was the most insanely well set up fight I've ever watched. To then go to looking like a 10th place team versus other squads who aren't even that great either. I think that's the one thing that's annoying for me about Weibo, is that one game they can look like the best team in the world, the next they can look like a middle of the pack team.
It's not what you need either. When you need a top 2, they were in the contest for one of their 3 spots from their group, but not here anymore. Pause. Moving very close to Papa Supermassive, and Nico going to take a lot of fire, but his vehicle eats the majority of it, lost in the hovercraft. Will bring up the rear there. Looks like they're going to get away with it scot-free and actually leave Boars around the edge of Prison, which is a tough place to be playing right now on this circle. In the meantime, we saw Gen G rock up on towards Arc Red. They've taken a knock towards Arc Red. That looks like it may be unresable. The Satan jumps on in towards Hardboy. Ramses as well, getting controlled by Claws. And there is a little bit of back and forth, to be fair. Gen G lose 1, but 2 is the price they'll pay. Hardboy being burnt out of the shack, but Quick is there with the backup. Coming through from Easy for Bad Boy. It is a trade. once more. Arc Red, they will be burnt out and they will fall down. I think there may be one more of their players alive in the midst of it, or are they all gone and taken the knee? I think they're out. I think they're done.
Yeah, Arc Red's done and dusted in this game. Yeah, cut out on the sidelines. In a circle, playing some high ground towards the center of the circle, around where shelter is. But mostly they are just playing around the shelter openings. Prison becoming a real hotspot. Hello! Okay, what a delivery.
Fair enough. Take those. Sometimes the rest of Alliance want to roll on in. A little bit delayed, a little bit asynchronous from them, but they get 3 players up to the entrance. Redox, nade! Oh, it's huge! For Falcons and Alliance just... They're gone! They're done and dusted, and Redox is a solo. He's down in the shelter.
Oh, such a good push from Alliance as well. They battering rammed it, they took out loops, and only to go down like that is really depressing. That was the time we were like, yes, loop, yes, Alliance, you're so good. This is what we've been waiting for. Only to get naded by Redox on a bounce. I mean, oh dear. Anyway, that's frustrating. I like that from Alliance as well. That felt like I hope that doesn't dissuade them, because I think they need more plays like that. More aggressive plays to take position in the lobby, and they would have done fine if they just backed off slightly from that angle where the nade comes out. They were taking shots from Burmese schools, but again, like I said, I hope that really doesn't dissuade them from making those plays, because that was a good play in my opinion.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to cost them on the nerves front, because Team Flash are making it cost for Geek to try to rotate through this open ground. Nerzed just about getting away with it. Kevin across the way, but they are going to slam straight into the Boars and Papra Supermassive and Weibo if they continue on this road. And they can't turn around, Blank. This should be done and dusted with Geek. I don't think they're going to get...
Yeah, no, they're going to struggle. They're definitely going to struggle. Prison is way more populated than I thought it was going to be at this point in time. Geek doesn't really have too many options to move out. Like, they ever try and push through Papra Supermassive as well as Boars, or they pass down to all the sidelines coming through from the Flash. So for Geek, this is a matter of time. Good shots from Weibo, though. Actually stealing a lot of these from distance on the northwest side of it. No. Germany schools. Taking 2.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Gen G have been circling around. They're up to 5 elims now, Blank. They've been scrapping it out, but Alter Ego are going to chime in. They want the Burmese schools in those final circles with them. They want a rematch. See if they can do it. The Boars sending the hovercraft down on the rocky face there and hopping in, hopping out. I mean, it seems to be going badly for everyone as Papra Supermassive are eliminated. But hang on a minute. No, the Boars actually stay alive as 4 players. And that might be Reservoir. I don't think they're getting the hovercraft back, though. I think that was an invested, sunk cost.
I don't think it needed to be invested, though. Kind of like tried to drop it on him like an anvil. Didn't do any damage. But it looked quite cool in the moment. Weibo, though, very happy that the hovercraft taken out of commission, I guess. Burmese schools go down to the play zone. I don't know if that's points denial. I think it was. They were on the south side. They were getting cut out by the Flash. Which, at this stage of the game, I am okay with points denial. You know, it kind of feels troll in the other lobbies, but for here, with only top 2, you're currently in first place. You just deny those points.
I mean, I think generally point denial is a pretty solid strat. I'll touch on more of that as we watch the Boars try and make their way past over towards Weibo. As Team Flash actually kind of now crunched in behind, right? They do have the option to go a little bit further west, but that would mean pushing over towards the shelter positions for Alter Ego, for Inner Circle as well. For Team Flash, it may be a question of just marching this fight forwards, forcing the Boars to drop themselves off the cliff towards Prison. But yeah, in general, I think that overall point denial, very, very valuable strat. We've seen, I think now, there was a single point difference on 3rd and 4th in Group Red, a tiebreak at 3 ways on 11th place in Group Green. Very, very close bubbles being fought, even on these 3-day sets. And single points really, really do matter. So in general, I do think that denying points in pretty much any lobby, unless you're playing out 6 or 7 days, is a good idea.
Yeah, it's just annoying to me when I see a team that's in like an end game where it's a 2v4 and you deny the points there. Because there is possibility of winning that 2v4, right? And I think that even if you just get 2 elims, that's still good. That's where it annoys me. There's those situations where even like there's sometimes you get 3v4s and they deny points then. I'm like, no, just take the fight. You should just take the fight and try and win the game off that.
Oh, Influence Rage, 9ZG. Influence Rage doing pretty well here on the northern side. 9ZG trying to crash in on the museum. Law gets spotted, but a big nade comes through from Lil Boy and a follow-up as well, and it takes them all down. Evaporated on the walls. 2 nades is all it takes, and 9ZG will fall. Good news for Influence Rage. They got 7 elims blank, and they're already guaranteed for that extra placement as well. There's Alter Ego now with Gen G rocking up on them. Need to hold their nerve. Remember, they lost Rosemary earlier, but it's all up to Alva now. And Gen G going to force it down into the bunker. The last player to stand, the res is on the outside possible. Claws, now he doesn't want to wait for it, because Team Flash bearing down upon them fast as you like, into the buggy, into the backseat. But Win goes down first. There's a trade. No, not going to be flushed away. Nearly goes their way, but it will now be more players that Alva was dealing with before on the outside.
No time.
Okay.
Time for Inner Circle's moving across. This seems like a kind of a crazy and wild swing from them. They do get the initial shot through. It's going very well.
Okay, just Falak the casualty here. Tops now left standing behind the vehicles, looking for more. Falak not going to be flushed out just yet. Bows on the high ground. Win gets the heal off, so now a 2v2 on this small engagement, on this skirmish. Noki wins the first. Win now the last to deal with. He's out in the smoke. He's got the pump action. On this south side, they're not in the zone, and they need to keep moving. One flush found towards Inner Circle, and T24 will spot him, but he goes down to it. Win wants to challenge, and it's Noki to stand, goes for the spray, and it's Team Flash to fall. The rollout works out well for Inner Circle.
Oh my God, what a swing from Inner Circle. Did not expect that. Weibo's still going strong. They held out towards prison. They got 6 elims off the back of that. But for Inner Circle, that gave me a heart attack. Like, it's not definitely not the most necessary of pushes, but if you want points, you're here fighting and you're confident to take it, just take that fight. It clears out so much space. Influence Rage though, nice reach out from them. They send Law slightly down. They scout out what's going down on that south side. But yeah, for Inner Circle, I don't think it was necessary to do, but in terms of points and just securing the southern portion of the circle, fair enough. Do it.
Taking a look at the state of the lobby. Blank, I mean, Influence Rage, they're converting off an already strong game. They got 13 points last match. They're looking to try and pick up a big one here as well. But the Burmese Ghouls down. They are going to be taking first place. Alva is just going to stand there. And he's now giving the game away. They know he's in there. Falak does take a little bit of shrapnel, but that will be healed up nice and quickly. And Inner Circle up to 9 elims here, Blank. On the southwest side, though, they're the most penned-in team. Weibo Gaming trying to find some open ground to play with.
He may as well have wrapped himself in Christmas paper and then tied a little ribbon around his head. It was just an elimination present. Curious maneuver from Alva. Had a lot of time, I feel, to try and wrap out or crawl out into the field. Something, anything would have been great. Weibo now. Looking over towards Inner Circle, but a great shot from Noki. This guy on some of these off angles, so damn accurate. 600 damage on the grenade on the game already is lovely to see.
Falak standing closer. He's flexing out for them for Inner Circle. They are just about on the edge of this one. With the res needing to come through from Weibo to keep themselves up as 4. I know that it's not going to get regrouped towards at the moment as well. They can move a little bit more freely on Falak's position. He's really going to take that opportunity. The nade's still rolling forwards, not quite connecting. Zook steps out into it. See, just about dodges back behind. There's another one under the vehicle. That doesn't touch on. Order gets the heal off. Damage is done, but Falak doesn't quite capitalize on a sliver of an opportunity. But when you don't know where they're playing with those 3 smokes out, you just can't be sure.
those are some of the rawest grenades I've ever seen. Not cooked at all. Spent no time. He let them look at the oven before he set them out. Could have probably had a double elim there if he'd cooked them up a little bit more. Down a three-way at the moment with 3 players on inner circle and then 4 for 4 on both Influence Rage and Weibo. Weibo has the circle to play around with on this aggressive 2-2 split.
Yeah, this shift has really helped them out pretty effectively. Sook does take a lot of damage from range, and I mean, inner circle are just beaten down on this Weibo position. Sook and Order have been through it. Falak, I mean, as you said before, if those nades had been able to connect, this is a very, very different game as well. With the opening of that south flank, Influence Rage looking to get ready to leave up towards that ridge line. You expect them to be moving out, and they are going to head over towards this north point of Weibo. With the pressure that's felt on the south side, there may not be enough backup here.
Yeah, it's a lot for Weibo to handle. And gonna get harder and harder. Luckily, Weibo holds some pretty damn strong areas. They've got a small outpost here. I think for Weibo, it's kind of game over right now. I don't know what the plan is. Why sit here if you have no nades to defend with?
It's
okay, there we go.
Order's getting one back out. I think they were just on chain healing each other right there. And the nades now from T24's pocket going to start to chime on in. Probably starting to run a little bit dry. An immediate 1-2 punch. Noki and Falak very, very quickly going down. Influence Rage going to mount their offensive now onto Hero and 33Z. Attention may need to be drawn away, which might give IC some time to get the reses. Diego sprayed 1 for 1. Order is down in the process as well as Influence Rage taking the north side. 33Z trying to charge on in. Back up to the rest of the roster. Goes for it. The double rundown stopped by the buggy, and he falls to the spray. Malak can now get back to his feet. Order, you need to be putting attention over towards that south flank as Influence Rage are moving through. But no, they take the time. They take out inner circle, who have done a lot this game, but Influence Rage looking to run riot. Take that top spot on the tables. The passenger seat burnt out though, but it will not matter. A big sweep around, and it's Influence Rage to take the chicken dinner here, Blank. Weibo just could not stand the crunch.
I'd say it's a messy game. It's a really messy game from Weibo. I get that they want to wait for inner circle to be a little bit closer, forced in by the blue before he starts sending nades, but they just were sitting ducks with Order and Sook there. I like the play from 33Z where he sends away, he leaves Hero behind, so Influence Rage looks to chase. I think Hero gets impatient though and takes the shots a little bit too early, at which point Influence Rage just instantly turn around and put him down, which was pretty damn good play from them though, to be fair.
A lot of solid plays in that one. Some questionable. Alliance, you liked their roll up towards the bunker. You liked that inner circle roll up towards that same bunker as well, as they were able to clear out that side of the map, get a lot of points for their trouble. But Influence Rage converting off a 13-point gain into a chicken dinner on our first Eren and Gel is brilliant.
The rage is real as Influence Rage gets their first chicken dinner here in Last Chance. This one was wild. I gotta give it up though for Inner Circle. They made some very bold pushes. I think we're definitely seeing teams, Max, here adapt to the lobby, understanding that we only got 2 days. So we're seeing a lot more riskier gameplay for sure.
Oh yeah, some teams are going to get very desperate to get every single point they can really gather in these matches, and one of those teams was going to be Inner Circle. Really big fight onto the side of Team Flash into Shelter itself. The nades, though, not ideal. Literally, I have to say, Falak, as much as we love saying how good he is with the utility here, so much of it was wasted on Weibo. The fact that Weibo just lived against, what was that, maybe 10 plus nades thrown their way?
Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that he wasn't close enough to them to get those really close range nades. That's his specialty, and he just wasn't close enough, Max. He was too far away. He was like, I'm not Doc, what is this? I'm Falak. and it's just not working. So I did like the idea that he went back to his team, regrouped, got more nades, and tried again later on. So again, it's that momentum, their mentality of we need to push and push and push and push, which is really nice. But Influence Rage, on the other hand, on the north side, just able to 2-2 split out of Museum, wait for everything to start erupting, and then make the pushes they did was really well played.
Great timing from Influence Rage, really. The way they just rock up onto Weibo while they're split and while Inner Circle were also committing to their fight versus the two players of Weibo was perfectly executed. I do have to agree, though, with Blank, there was definitely one player there that shot a little bit too soon. I believe it was Hero for WBG that I think he waits maybe 5-10 more seconds and really puts Influence Rage in that sense of false safety. They maybe get 2 knocks and then they completely turn the tides of that fight versus Influence Rage. Luckily enough for Influence Rage, that did not end up being the case, and they do wrap up a Brazilian chicken dinner here in last chance, which is always a great thing to see happen.
Max, Jukes.
Yes.
Do we see
What's
Little
up?
Boy right now? 6 eliminations, 27 damage taken.
Hey,
popping
Museum does that for you.
Yeah.
Not too shot. Actually, looking at 90 Globin's push, Niptura, we had a bit of a back and forth during this game. I'm fully against crashing Museum on the walls because it's so nadeable. And you know what? Influence Rage, they just chuck, what, 3-4 nades? Squad wipe. Like, it's 90 Globin.
Yep.
If you want to crash Museum, that was definitely not the way to do it.
I don't think we've seen a Museum wall crash work out so far here in the Pmgc. It's just one of those positions that all these teams just know all too well how to defend against. This one was a really crazy start, though, off the rip, right? We saw some great fights ring out. One thing in particular, though, was this player right here, right? Loops versus Alliance. And you can tell the frustration because Redox down from below with that nade was just too clutch, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I would be disappointed too. I was like, we didn't even know he was there. Maybe they saw him, like, we thought he was a teammate. We thought he was on our squad, but no, it was Redox from the Falcons that are just... I keep saying this, the issue with Falcons is losing players early game. It just keeps happening, and you don't have a recall tower on a wrangle. Not yet. Maybe in the future, if they add it, maybe you could do these strats, but as of right now, it is not viable. As now, the crash onto Alva, I was a bit scared, Niptura. I thought they were going to do the mistake and give up maybe 1 or 2 players to Alva for free, but no, they peek it correctly, they get the high ground. Good play from Inner Circle.
Yeah, some really good stuff. There you go, Little Boy able to take out that really big danger player from Weibo and get that win in the end. It was a messy fight in the very end, but they did clutch it out in the meantime. We look over to our rotations, and it was a weird circle, Max. There was a lot of really, I feel like it's a compact area of the zone, so a lot of these teams are going to struggle for that position. But we see a lot of rotations coming through here, and it's a Weibo on the north side, Inner Circle on the south side, Max. There's a lot going on.
I mean, I want us to all pay attention to Weibo in particular. So they're playing Lumberyard Mountain, northeast of Mill to Power. Here, I was thinking maybe they'd go Prison High Ground, but they knew there were so many teams that were going to wide rotate east of them. So they just, okay, let's go a little bit deep in the circle, wait for the fight to happen between Boars. There was also the side of, there's another squad over there. I forgot the name who it was, but there were 2 squads fighting to the eastern edge. And the fact of moving ahead of them allows them to easily not only just third party them, but also get a really good anchor point in the circle itself. So playing that Harry Potter Tower west of Prison was a very smart play from Weibo. Sure, they don't win the game, but that play alone easily secures them a top 3 podium finish in this match.
Yeah, it
Big
really
points.
does. And I also really liked the 2-2 split. I'm surprised they were able to hold on to that 2-2 split for so long, right? But it really helped them maintain some balance in the zone itself. So GG's over that way.
Big points on the board. We can see right here, Influence Rage picking up 20, Weibo getting 15. They so desperately needed, especially after having a rough Rondo match. We got 2 more Aaron Gales left today, Max, man. And yeah, I mean, it's so crazy because the hype from that Rondo was just ridiculous, right? Just so much aggression. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that, especially in this next Aaron Gale, because teams are going to start falling behind already. I mean, this is only 2 days. Right? You really can't afford a bad game.
Yeah, really. Can't afford to have too many bad matches. I mean, some teams just had a bad game after a really good Rondo. I'm looking at Burmese Ghouls in particular, right? They had a great Rondo. This 1-point game kind of going to be negated by that initial first strong match. Same for Papara's Supermassive Blaze, right? Able to get himself such a banging first performance with double-digit limbs. This 0-point game hurts them a little bit, but you know what? They should still be towards the top of the rankings, as the MVP of the game is Little Boy, also known as 7 Worlds Gaming's alt account. And he's going to be popping off it. Good game. No one?
Yes,
not laughing.
What a
Hodges
legend.
did not like that.
All right, what a legend. Hey, listen, it's always good to see, Influence Rage pull out a chicken dinner. I think they've been the most consistent team so far, at least for the first 2 matches. I'm really looking forward, Nipter, to finally getting a good look at the overalls, right? Because I think that's where it's going to really just show how crazy this is. And you can see it. Yeah, Influence Rage on top, 33 points. Alter Ego in second with 23rd. And remember, it's just 2 teams moving forward. Everyone else is gone. And look, as we look at the second half of the leaderboards, Nipter, right? Look how far behind squads are already from that top 2 position.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to say something, though. I'm going to predict that it's really going to come down to that final game tomorrow because the points in the top 5 are so close. I mean, yes, Influence Rage are kind of running away a little bit with it, Max, but look at AE, 23, Burmese Ghouls, 21, Inner Circle, 21, Loops, 19. Like, it's very close right now. I do think we're going to see probably another Group Red situation where it's all coming down to that last match.
Hey, even if you're 90 Globant, you pull a DRX Miramar win, you're in top 2. I'm just, technically it is possible, right? It is in reach of making it up into the top 2 of last chance stage. Looking at the top 4 players though of this game, Sook is up there, 33Z actually. I really want to highlight 33Z. I know we harp on about order typically. We talk a lot, especially about Sook. But man, 33Z, those sprays onto the eastern side next to Shelter Prism was so pinpoint accurate. So I'm loving to see 33Z really just shining in this lobby for the side of Weibo. And same for Noki that, hey, you know what? A little bit of a repeat from Pmgc. He stepped up to the plate, redeemed literally the entirety of this game for Inner Circle. It's so good to see these solos just getting these big pop-off moments, right, Niptra, and just pretty much saving the day for their respective squads.
I mean, Naki really was the glue that held the team together when they pushed Flash, right? Because he was down like 2 HP. He was able to get, I think, pretty much a full reset, at least back up to a 3-man, right? Off of the back of that push with Team Flash. So he was able to really just clutch it up for his team. We've seen him do it before. He did it again, and I look forward to the next game where he's going to do it one more time.
Dan, by the way, 33Z, that drive towards the end, Max, man, I thought he had that double run over in the bag, but it was just that the wheel from that buggy, the MVP, right? Just stiff arming him right there at the last second, and Inner Circle survive a little bit longer there. But a great first couple of matches. We're going into match number 3. Okay. It's still too early, I think, to start calling like any kind of wild strategies. I think at this point you still kind of play your game. The thing is, though, like, let's just theorycraft here. If Influence Rage, let's say they win this next one, right? How bad do you think that's going to disrupt the rest of the lobby?
Well, I don't think it's going to disrupt much. I think teams are still going to just play their own game until at least day 2. Day 1 is just kind of setting the pace and setting up the storylines for day 2. So I think that we're not going to see big changes today, I'm expecting, Niptura. What do you think?
I think that if there's a team in particular, maybe in the Miramars, that feels like they have a chance to maybe mess up some rotations or something like that, they may try to do that a little early. So we may see something happen in the Miramars, I think, earlier or later today. But I think earlier than that, no, we're not going to see much other than just teams playing their own game and just doing their own thing.
Yeah, I think you got to go for those chickens. Yeah, Rato Boy, man. I wanted to see him make that play there. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But you know what? I mean, it's so crazy to think about, right? Because it's just, this is it, guys. This is the last chance, right? 14 teams are going home. So I think if you start seeing a squad run away with it, if you happen to realize like, oh, I'm fighting this team, I think you really got to go after them and try to take them out and stop them at all costs. I mean, we are noticing a difference in strategy, I think, for sure, especially from the last Group Red. The aggression is really high. We saw Inner Circle making some pushes that even Blank was kind of like, I don't know about that push, but I just think it's because of this last chance. They're like, you know what? We got to get eliminations. We got to risk it here.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were talking about disrupting the lobby, I was talking more about like hot drops and stuff. But if you get a flush onto a player, you know it's from a team you want to target and get rid of in the top 2, then that could definitely have an impact on the lobby. So I would have to echo that could be a big issue moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. It's got to be something drastic, though, to really knock them off of their momentum. I want to just shout out as well very quickly. is a lot of we were talking about how different it is, particularly from Group Red, right? The sort of the mentality coming in here, it's much more aggressive, much more risk taking, which I love to see. And I think Inner Circle have really stepped up to the plate. They're coming in with a bang. I think Team Flash in particular, I know I keep going on about them, but their first time to PMGC and they're playing like this, like coming into Last Chance, you would expect that, you know, there'd be a lot of pressure, you know, they're not feeling so good because they nearly missed out, or they did miss out by just a couple of points, and they're like, oh, there's only 2 spots left. No, in this game, they were sweeping the south side, they were moving in, they weren't getting tunnel vision, they were third-partying and then regrouping, and they seemed very, very mobile as a team. So I would love to see all the teams behave like Flash is, because they are doing so well with their mentality in this stage.
Yeah, it's so good to see a team like Team Flash again, like first time at PMGC, being able to actually get involved in these fights, in this conversation, trying to do something. They're desperate compared to teams. Hodgix do a play passive, but Team Flash, they're not like any other team out there. They're a team that is desperate to be in the top 2, and maybe they're going to try and reach it in this third match of the day.
Let's see if they can. Here we go. A second match of Arrogale. Let's get this started. Max and Blank, what do you think is going to happen in this match? Military Circle?
I guess I'll let you take this one, Blank. Max's opinion, Maz. Yours, Maz.
Yeah. Max and Blank. John, no. you just don't matter here, man. I'm so sorry. So sorry to say it. It's the darn truth. It's the darn truth. I apologize. It's the way things happen. We do have a horizontal playing path here. Very comfortable, actually, for most teams. So overall, so far, the circles and the playing paths, at least, have been fairly forgiving for most teams. I think Hot Juice is right, though, in terms of Inner Circle. Yeah, the pushes are like, they're questionable. Real questionable pushes, but I think if they want to push more points, then yeah, they have to do it.
I'm just about recovered. Right, let's get stuck in. Playing path on that north side. Gen.G on board with them right now. See if they can keep going. They were pretty aggressive. They were pretty mobile in that last match. Didn't get a huge number of points, but a decent result nonetheless. Heading on down towards Quarry, down towards Primorsk on that western side. No other hot drops really popping out to me right now. Potential for 9ZG and Papa Supermassive to potentially clash, but the circle up towards Stalber here.
It's a long shift away from many of the places we have been heading over towards on the map so far. And up towards Stalber's very different change of pace for a lot of our squads. Around Yaz as well. So for the Flash, nice start for them.
Little boy in the vehicle, hops it on out. Influence Rage now our tournament toppers by 10 points. We caught up with them on the stage to see how they're feeling about it.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Influence Rage, being able to clutch up that win. Little boy, I want to know, in the last day of Group Red, you made some tactical changes. Federal was able to sit out. Coming into today, you guys have 2 great performances. Federal is back in. What led to those changes, and what are you guys changing up today as well?
Então, no último dia do Grupo Vermelho, vocês trocaram ali o Federal pelo Lohanzinho. E agora, pro Last Chance, vocês viram com o Federal de novo. O que vocês mudaram, assim, de estratégia, de gameplay?
Bom, eu acredito que a gente é um coletivo muito forte. Então, o momento ali não estava sendo bem aproveitoso pela Federal. E o Lohan entrou bem, entrou quente. E isso faz com que o Federal de fora vê o que está acontecendo e volte mais forte. E foi isso que aconteceu.
So yeah, we have a very strong team. With the 5th player as well. So this day we decided to make a little bit of a change. So Federal can try to watch a little bit of our game and how we are playing and the mistakes that we are making. So right now we come back with him. So he have a different vision of the game. He saw us play. So yeah, it's great.
Okay, a bit of a reset there for the players, and it worked out today so far. I mean, you got in the top 4 and now a win. And in this last match, 6 eliminations with only 27 damage. Let's see if Influence Rage can continue on for Brazil.
We'll see if they're able to join Alpha 7 over in those finals as well. Because right now, in first place, they would get one of those 2 spots. But there is still plenty more distance on the track left to run.
It's an interesting one. I think that's probably the best usage of a 5th player I've seen in quite a while, where it's not a case of, hey man, we just don't like you. It's more of a case of, right, you're probably not finding as much success right now. Let's go Lorazin in. Lorazin did quite well, and then you come to Last Chance, and it's a case of, well, you've got a new perspective on our game. It is very different to playing and then watching. Like, you have an outside perspective on what they've done, why they've done it. You know, like the internal team mechanics as well. So it's good to have Federal come back in and basically be like, maybe we shouldn't do that, because what I saw wasn't so great. So yeah, getting a fresh set of eyes on it coming into Last Chances, it's a great use of a sub.
Yeah, brilliant insight into some mechanics of the swaps coming on in. Good to see, good to see. On the east side, oh, getting a little replay of Boars taking out one of Papa Supermassive in the meantime. This was earlier on. But this circle pushing teams up towards Yasnaya, towards Stalba. See that west side of Yas Fields being fought over a little bit by Arc Red and Burmese Ghouls. In a circle, though, they're not worried about this circle. They're just like, well, we're just going to loot. We're just going to loot for a little bit longer, guys. I think we need to. I think we need some more time down on Millie Base. They'll have to get across at some point, though. Head up towards the north side loops, making their way across right now on our screen, just to the north of the river over Roshok. And we'll be passing through that west side of the circle, potentially coming into conflict with Weibo, depending on when they pull up, because this lake is kind of a big factor in this one. Those river crossings are going to be pretty tricky. So teams will have to figure out how to navigate this.
Yeah, not only that, the pizza slice off towards the western side, just south of Saverney. Very open ground, unenjoyable to play in. So a lot of our teams that are rotating on the north side of the map got to figure out where they want to play, on Gas Station or even the Wizard Tower, before you make that crossing. But yeah, the circle's super undetermined of where it wants to go. We might get a Maxman circle, they might head up towards Stalba. That'd be cool. I would enjoy a Stalba finish. I don't think we've seen a Stalba finish in a long time. They're kind of even rarer than Millie base finishes, to be honest. Like but at the top of Stalba, so cool.
Until it goes right to the edge and there's like no safe ground, right? There's a lot of open flatness up there that it can finally finish on. But yeah, certainly in this tournament, it's rarer to see Stalba than to see Sosnovka. We've had, I think, much more than our fair share of military island circles this tournament, which has been great fun to watch, but our teams maybe not as happy about it.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's a tough area to finish multiple times. I've said it before. It's some of it is drop spot based, some of it is luck based. If you can get vehicles in time, if a team decides not to drop, there's so many variables on Sosnovka, which makes it hard. We have seen multiple teams effectively get strong points on Sosnovka multiple times, so it's not impossible to do. It's just you have to be good at the game. And I mean, Regnum Kaya was that one team that was able to do it multiple times, and even then, there was so many factors that went into their gameplay that made that possible. It's hard to count. Right now, though, most teams are just rotating in, trying to avoid those fields in general. So Yaz Fields on that south side. So again, this is what I'm talking about, where it's hard to get towards the center. Realistically, the only team that has a good, strong central position is the Flash, with a lot of options to them towards this mid game.
Team Flash looking to keep those options alive. It seems like nobody joining them in Yasnaya just yet, and probably not going to see that until maybe the next stage, depending on where we end up shifting. A split for Alliance. They are still on their rotate, I think, all things considered, from that south side. So they're slowly pushing north, and losing a player that will take the wind out your sails, and maybe won't see those pushes that you wanted to see from them again, Blank, this time around. They are playing as 3, which is probably going to make them a little bit more timid to go for those pushes that could come up big with 4 players. We'll have to wait for that. Genji and Boars on this east side going to be moving up past Lipovka together.
Oh my god. Okay, it actually might be a Stalba finish. Lovely.
Wait, what?
All right, so we might be heading over towards the ruins on the top side, which would be very fun. super death matchy up there as well in terms of the cover that's available. But we'll wait and see. I mean, it is dead central right now. We just need a couple more central positions.
I mean, it couldn't be more central than this. It looks like Alter Ego are up there first. Loops are trying to get the other corner of it. Nobody else quite quick enough. Maybe Weibo could poke their noses in. Falcons, who are very split right now. Narvalo is almost on top of Stalber, and Redox is just around, just north of Shelter, where we finished our last circle. That's a split of about 3 kilometers, blank. They are very, very far away from each other, and that regroup will be in dribs and drabs at best. The teams are clambering their way on up. We'll see just what they can find.
I mean, Alter Ego sent up first, like you say. Kameshki is open. So we can head up there. Wolves also are swinging round. So there is a lot of space on this eastern side to operate with. Sook taking shots over towards Loops. So Ratterboy already down. But yeah, this is a mad dash up the hill.
Ooh. Nade for Sook. Could find a second over towards Loops. They're already on the rescue mission. Into the back of the buggy you go. Ratto Boy getting collected. It's home time. School's out. Sook try and put a little bit more punishment down towards Loops, but he's getting backed off behind the tree and can't connect the full spray. But the bleed out might still be there. He might still have it. Are they going to get it? Oh, the rest just started in time, but they can't afford to let this one go, or Ratto Boy will fall. Not a health bar, pixel to be seen, and he's back into the fight.
I mean, somehow managed to get him out of that, which is interesting. Kind of like Wolves approach this. You play on the northern compounds, and if it does keep heading north, then you have a huge advantage on this one. I think you're also realizing that you're coming in so late towards the circle that you have a lot of time to work with here to get towards that north side, but not a lot of space is available on the mountainside. So I think you just cut your losses. Inner circle, though, still going for these pushes. Hard Jukes, and they're not great.
Not quite as convincing as the last one there. Just rolling up, losing a player, thinking, oh, no, we're not committing to that. It's a full 4-way ball, to be fair. Not too many teams in position to third party as well. So it wasn't like a third party roll-up that they looked for in that last match. They do just lose a player. It's a shift down towards the southeast, so those north side compounds blank. Wolves, even if they did set themselves up a little bit for success, they are going to have to readjust now. But it's actually pretty kind to most of our teams, I think it's safe to say. A lot of approach was made from this south border.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're seeing so many squads playing on this north side. It's because it's been more open. It might not be ideal for you, but it is more open. Now the circle moves down towards the southeast, so you got a bit of a problem on your hands, but you can ramp Kameshki anyway. There's a possibility here. There's also zip lines available if you wanted to get shot out.
That's always good fun, you know. A little bit of getting shot at. PUBG Mobile, what's not to love? Kamikaze is going to deliver that experience over towards Ramses, who doesn't go down, but might be pretty bothered by that. We'll have to wait and see. Alter Ego up on the higher ground, up on the observatory, having a grand old time. They'll have to defend their patch, though. They were able to do it in Rondo. And in second place, now's the time. Influence Rage currently in first, and they're all the way out to that north, waiting, biding their time.
Your Genji all sitting pretty down towards that east side. They've got Kameshki on log. They've got a player over towards the west as well. Quite like Flash's position. That compound's not too bad to play around with. But if you do have to head over towards that northwest, it's essentially the gamble circle, right? You're rolling dices on this one and hoping that you're not heading over towards the top side of the mountain. Because if you are, like, life gets very hard for quite a few of our teams.
Influence Rage hunting down EK. Federal first on the roll up, looking to come in with a fresh pair of eyes, fresh fingers on the trigger, but not connecting on the first challenge. Looks for more. He's doing a lot against Ragnarok, who has to go for a weapon swap and will find it. Knocked in response. Law now needs to hop into action. Kevin wants to flush, but he will be denied. Diego and Law charging forwards, putting the pressure on towards the backline to Geeke. There's a nade cooked, and it finds Diego. It finds Law. A double nade from Nerza to keep them alive, but there's a trade. Where are these shots coming from? It could be Inner Circle. It could be anyone. And Lil Boy now on a desperate rescue mission. Will Inner Circle allow it to go through their way, or will Influence Rage be drawn short? One flush already through.
Yeah, Supermassive basically just siphoning a lot of points off the back of that one. And that's from the top of the hill. This top of Stalbus. So some really long shots coming through there from Supermassive. They were in, apparently, Influence Rage were in their good graces. They didn't get shot at all.
Ooh. Okay, well, I don't think they're going to be too long in their good graces. The shift south is going to mean they will be direct competitors on that northern border. Papa Supermassive taking a knock from Alter Ego. Actually, now they're down to 2 players and maybe look at a third party out. No, they're just going to move on in and see what they can find. This is great. I mean, Weibo immediately move. Look at that, straight up and central. Falcons as well with a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, the Falcons, they're in an okay position. They need a really big game here, though, and this is a good setup for it. But like I said, it has to be a ginormous game. They need to get like 20 points at least on this match to really catch up, I'd say. Because we're almost already 25% the way through the last chance. Like, it's going by quick. It's going by very, very fast.
It's a very, very short form tournament with 12 matches to play as well. That variability really come in to bite you. So opportunities like this, they're pure gold dust, and if the Falcons can't convert here, I mean, we talked pretty harshly about them. Certainly, I think I probably talked more harshly about them than you did, but we were criticizing them quite a lot during the games earlier. And if they can't do it here, then I think we'll be definitely vindicated. If they can, then maybe we'll have to reconsider our approach to them. But it is, again, just the 1 game out of 12. They do need more to prove it. Influence Rage with a drive-by over towards Inner Circle. They're re-engaging the fight, and they're just slamming those vehicles. A complete side blinder there as he charges over the top with a vehicle. One goes low, one goes high. There's no chance. He sent a spinning.
What I will say is very Brazilian gameplay. It's so aggressive, but they can pull it off, which is the main thing.
And they keep pulling it off here because Hardboy finds the shot onto Lil Boy. And now, with 2 players left, Influence Rage, they've got 6 ceilings. They're almost up to 40 points blank. So, I don't know, no matter what, great start to their last chance stage. And they will be able to repair themselves and give it a good go. Moving in from the north side, though, will be fraught with danger. Plenty of teams in their way. Genji and Boars as well as Arcred, who have been giving them a tough time for the time being. Teams crunching in. No one really convincing just yet, but this southeast side might change that.
Nine-Side Globan actually have to deal now with the Wolves. Baton takes a big hit, and Coops is also really low. So there's 2 players up here. Well, Nine-Side Globan, they were able to get Reyes back on his feet immediately. Knocked. Immediately. Holy goat now. I wonder how many players are still left on Wolves' side. You can see quite a few roaming around. So there is that res possible too.
Yeah, there is all 4 of them right now, but you're right. Baton actually might be getting Doran back up here. So they are playing as 4. Nine-Side Globan with 2 on the inside. You've got Arc Red as well on this east. They love these third parties. Are they going to get stuck in here? Because you've also got the Burmese schools on the south edge. The fight continues to pop off. Doran's immediately re-knocked. And Arc Red do start to lay down the ordnance onto the inside. The Wolves struggling to get rid of the remnants here of 9ZG. And under duress, Coops moves towards the back. The Wolves still just looking for these reses. They're playing this really slow, and Arcred is slowly extracting pints of blood from it.
Yeah, I kind of hope that Wolves would have just popped a nade in that small room at this point, or a molly, anything really. I don't think that's the hardest position to clear out. Wolves are making it look very, very tough. I think they are out of Utah, which is the big issue. But to be honest with you, the rotation that Wolves made, I quite enjoyed it. The fact they were able to swing around Pmgc and then take this fight with 9ZG. Already the start of the fight went fairly well. Arcred's dead to outside forces. Finally, there's the nade. Perfect. But yeah, for Wolves, pretty successful, honestly.
Yeah, they maybe took a little bit longer about it than they could do, but they will find success in the end and move from there. Meanwhile, Team Flash, Loops, both having a tough time moving from that west side of Stalba. The transition has been shocking. It's been dangerous and no one really happy with it. Ratto Boy now with a challenge, a 1v1 to try and get a little bit deeper into this match. A little point scoring opportunity maybe. Steps out wide, but Ratto Boy has the bead and will be able to transition now further. But you got Weibo, you got Alter Ego, you got Godspeed from Burmese Ghouls on that south side who will be taking shots, and you got to think that they know where Ratto Boy is going to be.
How the mighty have fallen. Papra's massive bullying everyone on the high ground now suddenly as they descend downwards get dropped down to 1 in Kamikaze, and he gets pilfered pretty quickly. That's how fast the balls were rifling through his pockets there. Did have a level 3 vest, so that's a nice bonus for someone.
Falcons, they've been bumped down to 2. They did not hold this central position with enough fortitude there. Ralph has to push back behind the corridor, behind the building, because there is a third-party angle chiming in. That's probably coming through from Weibo or the Wolves if they have an angle on that. But the nade from Snake finds it. Now it's all up to Koa. Alter Ego descending successfully. The nade around does land onto Krypton, but Koa is not done just yet. A 2v1 on the inside. Rosemary looking for the angle through the window, but has to run down as well, charging through. The Falcons will fall. They'll be able to pick Krypton back up. Yeah, smoke side, and that is, again, a blot on the Falcons' record.
But 7 elims right now for Alter Ego. It's a good game. They had that strong start over on Rondo. Now looking to continue that through here. Weibo have consistently been towards these end games, but still only in 7th place, right? Going down a little bit earlier than they might have liked. Alliance attempt to move forward, but Alter Ego's got some great angles on the lobby at the moment, playing on this northwest side. And they're taking advantage of it as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, there's one thing having them available. It is that little bit extra, of course, as you say, to take advantage, to start to utilize them. The circle goes up and keeps the roadside ridgeline in. The Boars maybe look at a transition. Wolves will compete for it as well if they head up north. And yeah, looks like the Wolves are going to be a little bit faster than the Boars on this approach. Meanwhile, Weibo suffering against the duo hold coming through from the Burmese Ghouls, who are in 3rd place right now with 4 elims and may be able to rack up a couple more if they can spot Wolves on the run out.
And for the Wolves, that there is like this nice angle on the eastern edge where they can kind of play around and cut sidelines off from some of our teams over on the western side. It just depends how they want to clear. 'Cause I think if you're the Wolves, you'd love to get rid of the Boars, but that is a tough team to get rid of on that northern side. See how they do approach it. And I think they absolutely know the Wolves are down here on the south. Basically, Wolves need an opener. Need a knock over towards Boars, and then they can start to push through. Trying to get Igor up front, though, at the moment. Coops is distracting.
And it is really competing for that cliffside right now that you saw before. The Boars and the Wolves both in the middle, but the Boars being in the circle already can just wait this one out, try and choke it to play that position. Alter Ego, they've been slowly making their way down the mountain, very successfully, has to be said, with 8 elims. This is much, much stronger of a showing than on their Rondo, where they were so quiet. Not that they needed to be loud. They were a little bit quiet until the very late game. They've definitely been more involved here, doing all right. Weibo looking for Godspeed. But the Burmese Ghouls, I mean, they love dodging these nades, and it feels like they don't actually know where Godspeed's playing.
No, they're just sending stuff through. An order, unfortunately, feels the brunt of it. Will immediately be taken out, leaving just Sook left remaining for the squad. a sad DBS in hand because no bow and arrow.
Oh, I didn't even know DBSs could be sad, but there you go. A sad tale for Sook. Weibo Gaming, 2 elims, 6th place. That wouldn't be enough, would it? Not going to be happy. Pmgc dodging the spray from Rosemary. I mean, these guys really are ethereal sometimes. They are doing work. Or starting to move up to that ridgeline, but maybe a little bit too bold with it. Igor actually moving in, and Boars now kind of backed up to it.
Wolves slowly making their ways out. And I think for the Boars, they're taking their time here. I think the Boars could have maybe flexed out over on that north side, potentially over towards the Alliance, but the Boars have been so concerned with the Wolves for so long. Realistically, not been able to get too much done there. Alliance, though, good shots over towards Rosemary. Again, it's these greedy angles towards the end game. Mostly from Rosemary.
I mean, he's gone down first in every single one of their matches so far. I mean, all 2 of their matches so far. Maybe making it a 3-peat. We'll have to wait and see. The circle does give Alter Ego some time. Alliance also some time to play around with as the Wolves really now firmly control this road loop. But the Boars will have good angles on towards it. So smokes maybe need to be expended by the Wolves to keep this position under control. Force the Boars to move before they do.
Right. See how the Boars go about this. Snowix looking to try and move further down. They did get Havlik up over towards the position from the Wolves, who is closer to nade range now. And you can see Doran here pulled the pin on a grenade early. Just looking for this initial blast.
That opener would be so huge, and the standoff on the east side has really stagnated things. Pmgc try and crawl in on the west. Now the Wolves, with the smokes fading on the ridgeline for the Boars, will have to go for this full face. Igor needs the protection of the vehicle. It's up in smoke, but will still stop the bullets. The Boars not peaking this. Sook will finally go down, and that is Pmgc to stay up and into a 5th place. But then challenge towards the top spots. This is great. Yatka actually spotting Alva before darting across is pretty huge stuff. Getting a lot of damage in, forcing Alva to go for that heal, allowing him to cross the open ground. Wolves find another boar as well. And now it's just down to 2. Exo will be looking to be put under pressure here. Doran knows the nades are going to either side of the tree trunk and force him out into the peak. Will tag on, and Doran's the nade to do it. Now with just Cause left standing, and we'll turn their attention that way. The flush comes on through, and that is the Boars. Done and dusted. 4 teams remain.
This is a very different Wolves as well. I mean, this is when I feel like the Wolves do their best, which is when it's slow and steady. A lot of times when Wolves are doing badly, it's when they start making these wild approaches to the game, unnecessary maneuvers, etc. I think that for the Wolves, if they just slowly play out their match, they think about what they want to get done next, they are inevitable in that sense. It's when they start getting a little bit too careless, that's when they lose players. And I think that the Igor on this off angle, he's so important to the team, but the amount of times he goes down on that off angle without finding any value is really bad. But that kind of sums up the team in general.
4 players alive for Wolves, 4 players alive for Alter Ego. Alter Ego on 11 eliminations already, blank. They have been trucking from that high ground. They moved to the top of Stalba first, and they have been rolling down like an avalanche. Will anyone be able to withstand it? 2 players from Alliance have been surviving for a long, long time, but they have no elims right now. They got some decent shots. They did change the pace of a couple of these fights, but no points, 3rd place. I mean, it's fine, but you're not aiming for the middle of the tables at this stage.
For Alliance, I think that this is a team that's probably going to come 3rd place in this match. Alter Ego, this is a huge opportunity to shoot out towards the top of the tables. Also an opportunity for Wolves to reset almost. But for Alter Ego, it's way, way more important. And losing a knock there onto Wolves, getting it stolen by Snape is such a big deal.
Coops goes down as well. The Wolves are starting to fail on their approach here. And Snape has the sideswipe completely. Rosemary even stepping in, looks to pick up the pieces. He knows they've done damage. He just questions how much. Looking for the next as well. Healing not happening from Iftar. The hop out with the DBS, and it's put down by Krypton. Now the Wolves only have their one player. It's Igor against all four of Alter Ego. And he has so much to do, denying the point here. Again, I think it's totally reasonable in these short form stages. Alter Ego with a big 15 elim chicken dinner though, Blank. That is going to be tasty. And a second chicken dinner today.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of Indo pride, honestly, overall, and it's good to see. I think for Alter Ego, it looks like a fantastic game. Slow and steady, and they just waited for Wolves to make that mistake, which they absolutely did. They just could not make that push up against Alliance. I think they had to play that game a little bit slower or go on the offensive over towards Alter Ego, because I don't think Alliance would have taken too many shots if that was the case. For Alliance, though, 15 elims, a 25-point game. That is so good for them in terms of getting up towards that top 2.
Absolutely. They are very, very happy with that one. A little bit of a questioner over towards their Rondo. They were able to convert that, but here they really showed their true nature, and they are furious, ready for the fight.
The last hope for Indonesia here in the last chance. It's Alter Ego. They were in second place before this match, and then they get the chicken dinner with a ton of eliminations. This squad is looking so good here in the final shot to make it to the grand finals here, Max.
You know what? We were robbed from a proper Stolber finish, but you know what? While Stolber was in circle Hiniptura, they made full use of it. Playing Observatory, there was Krypton on top of the roof, getting so many good angles to not only just get a few eliminations earlier, but also zone teams away and get some information. And you know what? That allowed them to claim control of that Alliance compound in an earlier crash, and then just keep taking full control of the entirety of those finishing circles. What a game from Indonesia, massive point-wise also. 15 elim chicken dinner after already a win on Rondo Niptura. Indonesia looking good.
You know what I love as well, Max, is how differently they played this win to the Rondo win, right? We were talking about it just before we came on. It's like the Rondo was very passive. They pushed teams away in the mid-game and then just sat and waited for teams to come to them. This time, they came and took the win. Off of Stolberg, coming down that hillside, taking third parties left, right, and center. The timing was really good. They were proactive with the zone shifts. A really, really well-played game that I love to see the variety coming out of this team.
Oh man, this is heating up big time. Look at these stats, guys. 5 eliminations from Krypton, 5 from Snape, 3 from Rosemary, and this is just ridiculous, especially at this stage. I mean, they're gonna look to almost break the 50-point mark here, Max, in just 3 games. At a certain point, like teams, if you see Alter Ego, you're gonna have to slow them down, I think, at this point, because you got no choice. If you want to make it into last chance. I mean, this is so crazy, especially for those teams at the bottom of the leaderboards.
The main enemy is Alter Ego currently in these rankings, the number one enemy to take down. But we'll see how that goes, of course. I mean, Alter Ego got to be careful. The more you are towards the top, maybe more teams will be willing to fight you if they see you someplace around the map. Though, actually, I want to have a moment of respect for the men themselves of Burmese Ghouls. They were just chilling on the southern edge, Niptura. And then you have 2 full squads of Wolves and Alter Ego just beelining for your spot. They didn't even have a fighting chance. So I'm Burmese Ghouls, all I can say, I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must not have been fun.
You know what? They really fought tooth and nail for that position, though. I think they came like, what, top 4 or 5 in the end? So another consistent performance from them in what was not an easy zone. It was not easy for anybody here. It's such a weird spot because it's all very open. There's lots of little sneaky dips everywhere. We don't play it very often. So some really, really difficult positions to play, and I think that a lot of these teams played very, very well.
Oh, I'm loving these replays. So many little headshots. Dink, donk, dank. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I love that sound. Doesn't happen to me that often. I never hit headshots. But anyway, I wish I would. But Boar also able to clear some pretty good real estate onto the eastern side. And Blank did mention it during the game. There was a very strong ridge to the east. And Wolves was so willing, you can see in these replays, so willing to wrestle that position away from Boars because they knew it was maybe not a game-winning position, but it was definitely a strong transition point to at least get access into the late game and have a fighting chance against Alter Ego. But unfortunately, Baton, Hoops both getting decimated by Alliance on that ridgeline, and even the off angle of Rosemary Niptra, I believe. So I do think that Wolves got a little bit too willing to get involved in this conversation as you go over these rotations. And actually, I'm going to take this one also, Niptro, because I actually wanted to talk about team rotation, which is Alter Ego, phase 2, right on Stolber. And they send this 2-2 split, which is really good to just control more positions and facilitate your transition in phase 1 to phase 2 circles. And they actually go an observatory building, Niptera, to get, again, full zoning capabilities on that position. That spot, if it's in circle and center as it was, literally a 10 out of 10 position. It is perfect to play around.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. I'm watching Wolves as well, right? Looking at them all the way up to the north side, sweeping around to the south. So some really big rotations coming in from them. They were able to hold out that compound against, I think it was 9Z. Then they move up and try and push Boars really, really quickly, like before zone shift. And that's so, so important because when you're talking about you know, making your decisions on that zone shift, it means that if you are proactive with it, you can actually interrupt the game plan of the other teams as well before they even make those decisions themselves. So we see there that kind of proactiveness gets them 11 points in this match, but AE just far and above everybody else here with 25 in game 3. Oh dear, oh dear. Are we looking at a top 2? Are we already set? Is one of the positions already set, Jukes? I don't. It might be.
We're 3 games in. Whoa, Wes, calm down.
But it's 2 wins. 2 wins in 3 games.
You know what? Okay, top 2 may not be set, right, guys? But the bottom of the leaderboards are looking really bad, guys. I mean, because it's only top 2 that move on here, Max, man, right? So, like, honestly, we talk about having to adapt, having to make adjustments to make it into the grand finals. As we see Krypton here with 5 eliminations. Like, at this point, I think the bottom half of the leaderboards already need to start doing that, Max, because it's like, if you don't do a chicken dinner here and now, it could be just over. It could be.
I said 3 bad games. If you're at the bottom of the rankings, guess what? You don't have really that much room for mistakes anymore unless you get a big, big game. Then you might be able to have another mistake, but at that point, you just want to try and get some consistent points on the board. So yeah, I think bottom of the rankings need to start to initiate that ascent right here, right now, in this next final Wrangle game of day number 1 for Last Chance. As a Krypton, congrats on being the MVP of the game. 5 eliminations, putting up some really good numbers here, Niptura, and that's going to propulse the entire squad up in first place over Influence Rage with 48 points. What a banger for Indonesia.
I'm just looking at the point difference. 48 at number 1, 3 at number 16. That is such a big hill to climb. Falcons with 8. Falcons, where are you? What are you doing? Oh my god. I'm crying at the minute. But there's a lot of point gaps coming on through here, Jukes. This final half of the day has really got to change some things in this leaderboard if they want a chance.
Well, we'll talk about it a little bit, guys. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I'll drive. I'll drive. Help!
रुक भाई बढ़ गए यार बढ़ गए सब है पर कमी है तू 30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage here, man. Krypton's first ever PMGC, and this guy is just crushing it, Neptura.
He is, and he was MVP of the Rondo they won, MVP of this Erangel they won. So he's been the MVP of his team in both their wins today and his first time in PMGC. I love the new blood that we're seeing here, the new storylines, these new players coming into PMGC and doing so well, Max.
It's so hard to do too, because keep in mind, they have Rosemary on the team. Like, come on, he is just a storied player from Indonesia. And the fact that we're seeing Krypton doing so well for himself is very impressive. But I like it, yeah, it's brought up during the interview, right? He was definitely being a little bit too aggressive from time to time, but here, just to ride him out, he adapts to the situation. Does he need to be a little bit more passive? You know what? Hell yeah. And they play more passive in that Rondo, they get themselves the win. Do they have to be a little bit more aggro and looking for the angles going into that final game on a angle where they got the chicken dinner? Yes, and you know what? He does exactly that. Krypton, you know what? For his first time at PMGC, it doesn't feel that way in Iptra. It feels like that he's played PMGC every single season since Season 0. This guy is looking so comfortable in this global lobby.
And I think that's a really good word as well, Max. It's comfortable. He is feeling really comfortable. He doesn't feel out of place in this lobby. He's not looking pressured. He's not making silly mistakes. He's taking those off angles really, really well. And that's what we would expect from, like you said, a Rosemary or somebody else who's very, very experienced at this level. So really nice to see that from Krypton for sure.
It even feels like Rosemary's kind of the support setup player for Krypton sometimes. Not every time, but like this game, Rosemary had an angle, and he was just like, okay, Krypton, just push forward, man. And it works out perfectly because you have literally one of the best fraggers as your support off-angle player. I mean, Hodgix, you can't ask for anything better. Like, you know your back is safe.
Oh man, absolutely, man. Who cares, right? Who's in the front, who's in the back, as long as you're winning games. And that's exactly what Alter Ego has done. 3 matches so far. They've won 2 out of 3. And you love to hear from Krypton talking about the support, right, from the coaches, the back end staff. And we got to see a little glimpse of them, you know, great sportsmanship here. But at the end of the day, you know, it's 2 teams that move forward. Alter Ego have won 2 of them, Max. If Alter Ego win another one today, that could lock their position in. I think it does, to be honest.
I think it does. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it does as well. So at this point, for all these other squads, if you want to get one of those 2 slots, or at least keep both of those slots open, you got to do everything you can to try and slow this team down. But it's looking pretty difficult to do, Neptura, because Alter Ego, they're on a roll.
They are on a roll, and I think what's going to be difficult for a lot of the teams more in the mid pack of the lobby of the leaderboards is really that there's several teams who continue to put up big performances. They're just not quite getting the win. Inner Circle, for instance, we've seen big moves from them. We've also seen big stuff from Influence Rage, Burmese Ghouls, Loops. All of those teams in the top 5, they're stepping up in a way that maybe it's not really translating to the amount of points that they want, the amount of points that Alter Ego are able to put up, but they're still doing enough to kind of put a foot on the rest of the lobby and go, hold on, no, you stay down there, you're not coming up here. And I think for the rest of the lobby, that's going to be a second hill to climb. First it's them, and then it's Alter Ego.
Oh, definitely. But actually, I want to echo something you said, Hodrix, right? Which is very unforgiving because it's a two-day tournament. But it's a perfect setup if you have just one banger day like this, because literally 50% of your games are just good games. Which right now, Alter Ego, they're loving it. Though I do want to highlight one small thing before we go into the game. We're seeing so much use for the ASM Abacan. Like, we've actually seen a shift in the AR meta that used to be, like, purely M4s. ASM Abacan, mid-range with the rate of fire is so strong, and I'm so happy to see, Hot Jukes, that teams are finally adapting here and starting to put it in their loadouts.
Love to see teams mix things up here in the last chance. 3 more matches left to go. Last Aaron Gale of day number 1. John Allen and Blake, it's up to you guys.
Oh, oui, bonjour. Je suis Max Man, et j'aime le PUBG Mobile Pmgc. We're going in for another game of Erangel, of course. Nah, I'm just kidding with you. I'm actually John. Don't worry. I know you guys were fooled at home. It is still actually John. I'm here with Blank. This play part, though, still loves Sosnovka, and we're still staying on the south side.
At the horrendous playing path, actually, to start things off here, down towards the south. Really rough for a lot of our squads. I think this is particularly horrible because instead of it going from west to east, it's going east to west. And Ferry Pier, Primos, Quarry don't really want to be grouping up towards those areas. You get a couple of teams dropping down towards Sosnovka. Inner Circle, not really fussed about this one. Being able to get Millie Base nice and early on this as well. Geek over towards the eastern side. Yeah, it's tough. Definitely tough.
Vehicle hot drops potentially on the cards here. The west side looking pretty glutsome, but that east edge as well. On Mill to power the Boars. Dropping down. They got a couple of Papara Supermassive players right next to them, but there's some underneath them as well, and they are all going to have to touch down very, very close by. Blank. Oh, we've had more than our fair share, but it looks like we haven't had quite enough. Another dish, another serving coming on through of Military Island. Potential to finish, not guaranteed. Alter Ego, however, if you want to stop them early. That might be the way to do it. The Boars have already extracted first blood.
My God, straight back down to Sosnovka again. At least it's only one. It's only one. But now I am convinced there is someone pulling the strings. This is so many Sosnovkas. I think this is probably the most... In fact, I'm convinced this is the most Sosnovkas we've ever had at PMGC ever over the 5 years I've been covering this game. So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Arcred, Easy Bad Boy losing 2 actually to the Flash with knives and an S12K. Sometimes all you need. But yeah, it's all down to this playing path. It's just so brutal. Really, you're having to drop on such odd areas. Teams are going to hunt you down. Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. And now heading back down towards Sosnovka as well. Overall, this has been a mess of a final Erangel. Alter Ego also lost 1 player earlier, like you were talking about, John, which is kind of a big deal for them, considering they'd love to have another strong finish over on Erangel. With 48 points, really far ahead of anyone else. They get a bit more of a buffer here. It does really assist them going into tomorrow if they can finish out their last at Miramar strong.
I'm just looking at some goings on the map right now. Obviously, with a military circle, this heavily featured, teams are going to start to think about how the moves are going to go. Inner Circle very, very quickly, Blank, moved out from military base. Sure, they can touch down early, but they've moved out to look to guard the bridge. Gen.G actually just about got through before they established their roadblock. But the Falcons, we've seen them profit quite nicely off military circles by moving very early, but they're now going to ram straight into a roadblock set by Inner Circle. Can they get through Ralph? No, he's pulled out. And this is a very fast rotate coming through from Inner Circle to establish this. It's a miracle that Gen.G got through, to be honest.
It is. And they do make it. For Falcons, though, they lose Ralph. Inner Circle, who are quick to the mark here. Sadly, they did leave Gen.G to get across. There's this initial shot over towards Alter Ego. They were trying to leave. So I do respect it. And some pistol gameplay. John PUBG Mobile.
I think you're talking about me. But yeah, I get it. Like John Wick. That makes more sense.
There are some other people more important than you, John, sometimes, but you are quite important to me.
Well, I don't know about that. I'd have to double check, you know. The only other notable John, really, the guy who wrote the Magna Carta, you know. Very important. 1216. Or 1215, rather. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, King John. The only King John we've ever had. Anyway, I'll stop banging on about royal history and human rights conventions because we are getting on and involved with Gen.G, who managed to get through very, very quickly on that south side rotate, getting past the roadblock, and actually Inner Circle now think, you know what, we've already let a team through. We should probably try and consolidate in the middle. It's interesting that they choose to go directly back into military base and not take a position around it, though.
Yeah, well, I think I don't mind Inner Circle's position on this. I think a lot of teams play melee base and play it way too safe a lot of times. I'm glad that they flexed out a little bit, but they still had control over this area. It looks a little sad on the rankings for Inner Circles for how good of a team that they are at 23 points. But I'm hoping this game here on Erangel can push them a little bit further. I mean, they've had all the cards dealt to them. They had a really early drop. They had tons of times to loot. They also had opportunity to hold teams out and maintain position. T24 being this low is a little bit spooky. But yeah, I think genuine at this point, just loot. Get looted. Right, you've done enough already. You can start looking back over towards the Western Bridge in a little bit. Personally, I don't really rate melee base all that much on Sosnovka. I think it's a good starting point. I would rather teams like played over towards higher ground, over towards the western side, looking out towards the bridge. I just think melee base closes you off a lot. Yeah, sure, if the circle keeps centering up on melee base, you get yourself a win. But I think there's so many other things you can do in this circle to guarantee you a high placing, rather than just thinking to yourself, oh, we had melee base at the start, so maybe we just hold this position all game. Yeah, I don't think it's high value.
May not be. Maybe something they can address or readdress in the future. In the meantime, though, Inner Circle have moved to the hills to the north, leaving, felt like a little bit of a backstop there. Gen.G disengaged from that one. Teams are starting to move around the boards all the way on a very wide south rotate in the water. They'll be touching land fairly soon, you'd imagine. Papa Supermassive also across. Influence Rage currently on the west bridge, Blank. They are going to be close by to the Wolves. And of course, Influence Rage looking to chase down that first place spot back from Alter Ego. And for now, though, a lot of teams still left up on that northern side. So yet to make moves for probably, what is that, 6, 7 teams up there?
Yeah, it's quite a few. I mean, for Loops, Weibo, got Wolves also trying to make their way down. Kind of interested to see how Alter Ego handles this. Because GK are holding on the other side.
I mean, with that, I mean, they love just GK specifically love posting up on the observatory hill, on that mountain that sits to the south of the bridge. And as you say, they are blocking this. And with Alter Ego on 3, that's much harder.
Yeah, I don't think Geek is going to give this one up, but Alter Ego are making the cross. Albert getting through, but very low, and Ragnarok will pick him up.
Yeah, that's pretty clean. Not much you can do about that. Except, I guess, not get shot by it in the first place. Rosemary under pressure as well. Next circle just about to pop in as our teams begin to move south and migrate in for the warmer season. Oh my goodness.
Okay. It happens.
This is great for Alter Ego.
It happens.
Well, it would be if they hadn't lost a player.
It happens finally. I've been waiting for a circle like this all my life. Honestly, finally get to talk about it. I think I mention it almost every time we have a split on this. But yeah, the reason most teams are on the south side on a circle like this is there's very limited space in Sosnovka. So much more space on the north side. So actually getting out from this circle is not that bad. It's actually fairly easy to rotate here and get into a strong position. Over on the north side, your difficulty comes to the fact that you won't have many vehicles. So you do get a big plus for Burmese schools, wolves, loops, even where is Weibo?
That's a good point.
Weibo's like off in northwest. Yeah, they're not going to make it to the circle for ages, I've decided. But yeah, Weibo's fine as well because they have vehicles and they will do. So everyone on the south side kind of struggles. But Geek, because they were the first to hold on the eastern side, they're the first to cross as well. And they know Alter Ego is a weakened team, so they can effectively get those UAZs across. So they're one of the lucky few over towards Sosnovka. But this does change everything.
Yeah, the pace at which you need to leave. I think it's worse for the teams on that northern coast, right? And we've been watching now this engagement for quite a little bit between Alliance and Inner Circle. They're probably the most trapped teams, right? A lot of other teams will have left their vehicles that they rotated with if they went over the water, to the sides, to the east, to the south, the west of the island. They can use those to get back, potentially, depending on their fuel capacity. But in general, yeah, you're going to be crunched in. We saw Alliance having to go for a mad dash. Inner Circle tried to light up the hovercraft that Alliance were rotating with. Did do a lot of damage, but Alliance now almost entirely across the way. And Inner Circle yet to make the move. Blank, look, I hate to bring it up, but it still technically could finish towards military.
You technically could. I think it's way more likely to shift back over towards that north side. And if we do end up with military, it'd probably be a bridge finish. Really digging deep into this. Weibo finally make their way onto our screen. Over on the northwest side. A little FAMAS in there. Seems to be pretty hidden to the Burmese ghouls at the moment. I'm looking forward to check it.
Yeah, not wanting to pick that one up. Or not just yet. Maybe they will. We'll get it into the inventory's lickety-split, I'm sure. And on the north side, I mean, yeah, that position for Burmese Ghouls, pretty solid. Weibo have made an appearance on the map. If you guys want to track at home where your favorite teams are at all times, there is a map feed available that you can watch separately. If you've got two screens or if you've got a second device, if you've got two Infinix phones, then, of course, great news for you. Okay, we're definitely not going back to Millie. So let's take a look at what sits inside this one. Wolves with a huge cut of this western side. And all of these teams on the north can do a lot of work to establish ground early with not too much conflict.
Yeah, not that much at all, if I'm honest. I think for Weibo, them getting over towards this north side, this has been such a beneficial circle for Weibo. Currently in 7th place right now, so do need to get a little bit more on board. The Flash takes out another player from Alter Ego and will be a full flush. So now only one player remains from Alter Ego here looking for those placement points. I'm looking more towards Influence Rage this game now then, who are down towards the southwest side. They're currently looking to cross back. They were one of the last to leave from Sosnovka, but I think they were so concerned with having vehicles on this end game. Goodness me, in a circle. They were so concerned with having vehicles that they waited for everyone else to leave first and then moved to the western side, which I like as a principle. You know that there's going to be quite a few teams already down on the north. This fight is going back and forth.
It's really not going well for anyone. I mean, this route out is very, very dangerous. It's gone back and forth, I think. For Geek, they managed to get across, which is pretty great stuff. Obviously, doing a lot of damage to Alter Ego to allow them to get across when they did. This may well be Resable here for Inner Circle, and they do have a little bit of time to play with the zone still shrinking. yeah, I think IQ's going to be able to get on for these reses because there's no way that Geeky push further out to go for this. And they don't have anyone on the far side to try and look for it. So IQ and Falak both will be rezzed up here.
Yeah, I think for Inner Circle, for me, I would have rather than take a similar approach to Influence Rage and Gen G. With the Circle being, with the blue already enveloping the majority of that western side, it's likely that anyone that heads there is looking just across. All right, they're not looking to hold anyone out. I think for Inner Circle, trying this eastern bridge as late as they did was a mistake. That also feels like a mistake from Redox. I think he got very panicked there. Should have probably just headed all the way back.
Yeah,
lovely
nade, actually. Over the top. Another one over the other side as well. 2 players from Geeky down. And they're back down to the back foot. As Ragnarok,
that's on target,
takes another nade from Falak. That is beautiful stuff coming on through. Just Kevin now remains. The blue zone survivable still at this point. Kevin, though, wants to maybe get 1, maybe get 2. They're confirming those flushes and they're moving forwards. Falak and IQ now looking for the last player of GK. They found him. They hop out. But it's danger afoot. He's looking for the flushes as well. IQ, look at a hop. No. Has to stay further back. Looking for the stairs now. And the challenge around the corner is good. Stays alive, keeps IQ in it. They can res out here. Oh, with the zone, actually. They might have to dart forwards a little bit.
I think they could probably put him in the vehicle. It's going to be treacherous. No, he's just down and out. Unfortunate. But yeah, I think for Geeky, when I saw the Inner Circle was going with the full reset, you know that Geeky is also going to get all 4 players back up again. It just felt almost hopeless. I do think that Geeky absolutely trolls, though. They absolutely troll. There was some horrendous defense on that side. And basically just setting yourself up for failure when it came to those nades. I think you could have held much further back.
Certainly would have been an option. Papa Supermassive ramming into the north side of the circle against Influence Rage, and both Alter Ego are now Influence Rage on the ropes here. Potential openers for other teams to move on in. No resistance found there for Influence Rage. They will be our second team to go down fully. So for Burmese Ghouls, if they can convert on this game, brilliant news for them. From the eastern side, they don't have a terrible shot at it either.
Burmese Ghouls, it's a little bit harder of a run out towards that western side. I can't believe Rosemary's still getting stuff done, by the way, but okay. It's a little bit of a tough run out for them because a lot of teams will be looking that way. But there is only 46 players currently in the lobby with 14 teams, so it's a lot of messed up squads.
Boa on the inside has Narvalo as well, but he's going to have to rely entirely on him, and Narvalo doesn't have anyone to play around at this point. He is surely not long for it, and the Boar's able to truck him down once more on that southwest edge. The Boar's pretty happy with their 3 elims so far in Alliance. Yet to really cross from the beachhead, but they are still in the zone.
That hovercraft is actually kind of nuts inside the warehouse there because it cuts off the one other approach. So you know the player can only go one way. So you don't have to set up a double angle. You can literally just refrag on one side. It's kind of smart. Actually kind of smart. I like it.
Pretty solid setup. Hopefully look at a holdout effectively. On that south side, they'll have to move in a little bit for the time being. They'll leave it up to the rest of the lobby. Team Flash maybe with an opportunity here to come up trumps as well on the east side of this circle. We haven't really seen too much firepower from them so far today. We've seen it from them before, though, and they'll try and echo that here. They are still very much within striking distance of the top 3, so a big game here changes the story. Somewhat. Weibo on their 2-2 split as well. Want to rewrite their script up until now. Because Suit's got the bow. And you'd love to see it.
We did sort of miss it, but Influence Rage all went out on the western side. So all 4 players down, which leaves second place no longer chasing, which is great news for Alter Ego. If they can get up towards, top 6, it is a tough task I'm asking of Rosemary there. But if they get to a top 6, 50 points, you clear 10 points ahead. At that point, you'd be 20 points ahead of third place right now, who are chasing and are still in the lobby. But overall, this might just be a non-starter game for a lot of our top squads and gives more opportunity for some of our teams underneath to chase. That's better for Burmese Ghouls. All right, Ichi's already sending out towards the western side. And they've done great. You know, I'm so proud of the Ghouls. They came into this one looking a little bit weak, but they certainly have gotten better and better, gone from strength to strength. So really, really well done.
Ooh. Did Boars know that Alliance were here?
They do
like
now.
They must have done. They definitely do now. Because I feel like sending out South down as a solo, when you know there's 3 players there, is just a bad play. So the only explanation I could think of is that they just had no idea Alliance were playing on this compound. And now they're going to be way more worried than they once were. Much more difficult to push out, especially now with the circle shifting all the way away from them. The Wolves will be that edge guard on them. Leaving 2 up towards the circle. Yeah, they want this on the full surround. But the Boars have started to nade this out. I can only conclude that the Boars had no idea.
Well, they swam, right? They swam. So to get behind them, just a bit of a sneaky approach, but Snurks will find Jimmy. Playing out towards the pontoons is pretty open. I mean, you can play very annoyingly from the pontoons, but eventually, as you have to move in, suddenly the sightlines become worse and worse. Exo does have the lineup, gets some good shots over towards Iftar, and more shots are pouring through now, and it is looking a little bit more dangerous for Alliance. You now go down to just 2.
Well, the Boars are starting to falter as well. They're on 2 as well. Snowix, though, what's Iftar charging into the warehouse? Denied entry, denied access. And we'll find the second as well. But they have to get a move on. The Wolves are ready to receive now. They are in position ahead of this curve. Papa Supermassive is still across the way as well, so can take shots out. Havlik diverting around Coops with the DP in tow, but actually out in the open, Havlik finds a rock, finds the cover, and Coops goes down, gets flushed as well. A really good opener for the Boars, and they're looking for more too.
Wasn't even really the Boars, it was Arkred off on the northwest. I think for the Wolves here, this is just a plain old mistake where you get a little bit too giddy on the gatekeep, right? But I think that they didn't have to push as hard as they did. They could have just waited for Boars, and that would have required patience. As we all know, Wolves have none.
Just salivating at the prospect of more eliminations. Let's go! Okay, we're not having a good time. Oh no. Either way, Wolves have 2 players to play on with now. In the meantime, we did see Burmese Ghouls losing a player. They took a knock over towards Ichi, so they have to play on as 3. Loops pushing in from the south side. Do spot one of the 2 Boars players remaining, Havlik. And Snowix will have his work cut out for him to go for the res, with Eagle that close by as well. And the Loops crash comes through. Alter Ego. They've been surviving for a while. They don't have any elims, but it's just Rosemary in here. Loops may or may not know this, but they're going to bide their time. They're going to play this one smart. Nade over to the back. Checking out the angles. The window falls short, or rather the nade falls short of the window. Team nade there. Not super happy with that, but Rosemary goes down either way, and they'll know an immediate elimination. There's only 1 player in there. Other than that, there was a knock, but there was nothing on the cards for them. And Loops find a second. 2 teams wiped out in the space of 20 seconds.
You know, I feel really bad for Rosemary there. I don't think that's his fault he goes down. It could have gone a lot better. The problem is that nade bounces off the window they intended to throw it in. And then the small splash damage revealed that it was on the lower building. So immediately the other player switches where their grenade is towards the lower window. A very unfortunate turn of events.
Soup already got a knock or a flush. I don't know which one with that explosive bow. I just caught it in the Elim feed. And he wants to find more here, Blank. He still got it in the pocket. Taken a lot of damage from a nade, but now Remix stepping out of the wall. He is in to explosive bow range and the nade over the top. The spray down, though, is a little bit stronger. Hero, the trade, but that will be Resable. 33Z already on the mission. Weibo looking to transition, to clamber up those tables as far as they can go. Polygot wants to find Sue. Made in again. Bounces wrong, doesn't connect.
And gets his head taken off. So Weibo now starts to move up. Smokes are down. Smoke the US as Order starts the approach towards the circle. You got Arkred down towards their southwest side. See how they deal with that. Wolves are finally out as well. I think that they had an okay idea, but just failed to check the angles. it's a frustrating one, definitely, because I think when you look at Wolves, there is a clear understanding of what they want to achieve and what they want to pull off, but a lot of times it is just with a slight lack of planning in relation to the circle, which I'm not a huge fan of, especially at Pmgc.
Yeah, it does need a little bit more, maybe a little bit more global mindset to come into this one. Loops trying to jump up at the moment to join their Brazilian brethren, Influence Rage, in towards the top of the tables. Crashing over towards Papa Supermassive. The approach seems to be going okay. The tin's not taken out of the vehicle, just pumping lead from out the window. Boom, 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 and they fall one after the other. It's Papa Supermassive getting torn to pieces. Loops with a not even super fast roll-up, but very, very effective. Team Flash might try and pounce, though, and that might be a little bit more than Loops can handle. Already one flushed. And another, not long after it, might seem a nade over the top as well from Team Flash, and they charge straight on in. But 9 elims found for Loops. We'll see what Vitin can do. He's got one more chance to prove himself and finds win. Goes for the flush. We'll take one, but no more from Team Flash.
That's really bad news for Team Flash, actually. I think that the initial push from Team Flash was fantastic. Really, really quick third party from them, instantaneously realizing they could get some nades over the top, and then quickly with the setup. Win going down there, I don't think he had to push it like the way he did. He didn't have teammates backing him up. That also could equally be a teammate issue and not Win's fault, where the team wasn't with him fast enough. But the fact that they go down to 3 players in this kind of an ending, that is the sort of thing that can ruin your run for top 2.
Yeah, it absolutely can. It's those little differences that really can add up, especially over 12 matches, Blank. It's those small percentages that exponentially grow in terms of your winning chances towards those later games. And Weibo with 4. I mean, if they can just get a little bit more control over the plateau, they have a massive presence. And losing another here to Glory, I don't think they can get this res onto Zeus. That nade over the top, I mean, that should find it. It's just going to make it so difficult. There's no way you can get this one back, surely. And ArcRed taking Team Flash down to 2. That's even worse than 3, Blank. That's less. That's fewer players.
Glory on 4 elims. I mean, Glory has had a lot of glory during these matches. He is a brute of a player. Really takes on a lot of these top squads. Insane off angles from him. Sook using the old watchtower to his advantage. Not going to be in the circle too much longer, so he's not fully committing to it, which is fair enough. But does take attack from Glory. At least gets an angle of where that comes from, though.
Little bit of info. I mean, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. Now Hardboy trying to move forwards with the vehicle as well. Wending his way across. Actually going to join Glory. I mean, position's given away anyway. Might as well. Weibo. Still, though, feeling pretty in command of this one. But big nade counts for both ArcRed and for Burmese Ghouls.
Okay, so Weibo looking to swing around the side. Look over towards Burmese Ghouls. The spot where they're playing. Right now, Weibo does have a really good commanding presence of knowledge. Where teams are playing, where they're sat. So they know where Flash is, they know where ArcRed is, they know where Burmese Ghouls are. Now it's time to take all that knowledge, put it together, and create a game plan. Because where I want to see Weibo succeed here, this is a big chance.
Massive opportunity. Absolutely. I think Sook still has his explosive bow as well. See if that comes in clutch. I mean, it's a fearsome presence in an open ending, right? You just keep peppering the battlefield with those explosions, little small nades, just popping out, maybe more than anybody else in the lobby at this point. The Burmese Ghouls, I think they had 10 in the pocket, but they are really trapped out, crunched with Order Hero, Sook as well, controlling their rotate down towards the south.
Tools to send nades over towards the flash, but it's a little bit early for that. But you're getting impatient now. You're absolutely getting impatient. Which is fair enough. And Burmese Schools look to send out. Glory goes down, but not before he finds at least 33Z. The Flash is going to look for this, actually.
Fair enough.
Bose is crazy.
He might just be making it work because Arcred have just fallen completely. They've taken up the position. Tops is starting to get across now as well, evading the nades coming through from the Burmese Schools. I thought the Burmese Schools might try and take a look to Weibo when they lost their player, but no. Instead, they try and flush out Team Flash, but that's not gone super well for them. 3 players now alive, the maximum of any team, with 33Z getting confirmed. Weibo want to start to break out more, but everybody's on the edge except for Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Flash getting in there, great news for them. And they have nades, apparently. One gets a little bit closer to Sook. Sook makes the correct play to move back, but immediately another nade. These are very on point coming through from the Flash. You can see exactly why this team just was pipped to the post to getting in towards the grand finals. By 1 point.
Weibo. They were tied with Team Flash as well. So it is really a battle for Group Red, but Burmese Ghouls looking to keep that representation going to arise to another chicken dinner today, Blank, which would be pretty incredible to only have 2 chicken dinner winners so far on the day. Have Alter Ego, Burmese Ghoul divvying them up. We'll have to wait and see because the center of the circle still very much not under control. I don't think... I mean, I haven't seen that explosive bow come back out for Sook. I don't think he's got it anymore, which is unfortunate, but looks like the nade cabinets are dry on all fronts now. Maybe 1 more for Team Flash, 1 more for Burmese Ghouls. If it lands onto order, that could be huge. A Molotov to control the flank.
I mean, Burmese Ghouls actually have such a great lineup. I mean, a lot of nades are being expended, and Weibo decides that now's the time to go. It's a good roll down onto 1, and Hero really is being the hero that they needed. But now, in a 2v3, it's a little bit more difficult. Godspeed goes down, though. This is insane from Hero. And is it Burmese Ghouls? It is Burmese Ghouls to finish it out.
They just about clinch it back. Hero out in the open field, able to charge him down, and it will be 2 teams taking 4 chicken dinners between them. A massive game for Burmese Ghouls. Weibo on a little bit of a redemption arc there, having a lot of points thrown onto their tally as well. The top 2 spots are deeply contested now. And we have got a few teams looking to try and challenge some Brazilian ascendancy during that match as well. Had a little bit of a chance for everyone to try and jump up to find themselves a chance moving forwards, because the games are running out, Blank. It is such a fast scenario. You cannot afford to waste any time, and things may get even crazier.
Yeah, we're getting close to the halfway day point now. For Burmese Ghouls, that makes 4 chicken dinners total in Pmgc. Very, very well done. And they're certainly rising to the top.
In the shadows, waiting for their moment to arise, the Burmese Ghouls pull out a chicken dinner right when they needed to, MaxPad, because the top 2 teams didn't get a single point in this match. This was a huge one for so many squads.
Yeah, no points for the top of the rankings, meaning it's going to get real damn close on the leaderboards after this match. Though this finishing play, Hero almost being the hero here that Weibo needed in that finishing moment to claim the win. The drive-by, able to get himself so much done onto Team Flash. Whew, man, this guy's been definitely stepping up to the plate. But it is the Burmese Ghouls here, stepping up with a very low elimination chicken dinner. We do have to say, Nipchara, very low indeed. They were hiding in farm for a big portion of this game and only got involved when they knew they could strike to get that chicken dinner. So They didn't have to put too much effort into this one, but the timing at the end there was really well executed.
It really, really was. I really liked the flip of the switch that they had, right? From being passive, holding the compound, not doing much, to, okay, now we need to start spreading out. Now we need to fend off teams. They went onto the aggro very, very nicely and much quicker than we've seen from them in the past. So really happy with Burmese Ghouls, how they're playing this. They're just keeping it really consistent. They know that consistency is the name of the game, especially when it comes to having only 12 matches in the last chance as opposed to 18. So, you know, we might not see huge, massive games because those games typically need a lot of big risk taking. So we might not see that from them, but just these consistent top 5 finishes should be enough.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, they got, what was that, 2nd place on the Rondo, the second wrangle, they got 4th place, and here they get an actual chicken dinner. So when it comes to placement points, they should be one of our top squads in the entirety of the last chance so far. Very happy with how they've been playing it out. Of course, if you want to be top 2, though, I do want to bring up a very important topic. Are we going to be able to see them to make top 2, Hot Jukes, when they don't have the eliminations to back up these strong late-game finishes? Because other teams that are more aggro-focused, like maybe your Ultra Egos, maybe your Influence Rages, those elims are going to make a significant dent in that difference in the leaderboards.
For sure. I mean, if we have like another crazy like 30-point game from one of these squads, that's going to definitely push them out of top 2. So it's always potential, you know, that for that to happen. But, you know, at the end of the day, getting into those late games is going to net you some good solid points. So I like the fact that Burmese Ghouls are doing that here, but we need to see at least one good solid finish as we see this crazy hold off here on the Bridge Max.
Yeah, what did Blank say? They were trolling GK a little bit? I think they were. They were clearly just completely caught off guard by the phallic grenades. And you never expect a strong phallic grenade. They come out of nowhere when you least expect it, and he was great. Though here, this fight in the pit area, Nipturo, we had Boars, we had Alliance, we had Wolves. I think that here Boars should have set up a way stronger defense in the warehouses, but they played split instead, and that gave a huge opening for Alliance to maybe not quite get the squad wipe, but take down a few players of Boars, which definitely hindered their chances of a strong game on their angle.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, Snowix being able to put up the points for his team anyway, but yeah, I would have liked a better setup coming in from there. Loops, you see that, you know, frustration. I think the tension and the emotions are really running high now, right? Because you've got so few games left. And so you're going to start seeing a lot of that frustration, but Hero was the hero of the game. I loved seeing that so much. I mean, they were getting absolutely bullied in the end of that game, right? Just being pushed against the blue zone with those nades, and Hero just coming out and saying, nope, not happening. It was really nice to see, Max.
Yeah, very good to see indeed, though, looking at, again, these ones. And we're going to see the biggest bait and switch of an early circle gun from phase 1 to phase 2. Like, it's on Lufka Island. There's no way. We had so many of these. Even Blank and John were saying, like, we keep having it. Boom. Back to mainland. Nope, that was a little bit of a bait. We tricked you. And you know what? It goes right to the western side of Farm. And very good rotates from Weibo. You're looking at their position, playing East Potato Hill. It's a good high ground. Absolute oversight on this low ground terrain. And they just take that northern position pretty much for free. And while Burmese Ghouls, as you can see here, Nipturo, just, again, not really hiding. I think I said hiding is not the right word. Just playing passive, but that was the correct decision knowing you were in circle and in farm.
Yeah, especially with how open this area is, right? That circle we saw in the end zone, like circle 9, circle 8 is like there is nothing there. It's just open ground. So you've really got to take the more passive approach just to make sure you get the correct angles. And we are going to see those match rankings, and it is going to be Weibo with the 15 points on the board. So they don't get the win, but they do get the most amount of points. And actually, our winners, the Burmese Ghouls, they're down to 12 just because of that really low elimination count.
Man, super lucky rotation on that zone for Weibo, right? I mean, that hard shift north helped them out big time, but they utilized it to its full potential, right? 15 points is going to be big for them. Now, Burmese Ghouls, they were in 3rd place prior to this match. So 12 is a great game from them. I think, of course, we would have loved to see some more eliminations, but it's all about getting those points, right, Max? The thing is, though, with the fact that Alter Ego and Influence didn't get anything. Look at that. 15th, 16th place. That opened the door for so many squads to try to catch up to them. On the other hand, right, when we look at the bottom of the leaderboards, I mean, we only have 8 matches left, guys. That is it. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in these last 2 for those bottom squads.
I mean, half the Orangles are done and dusted, Natura. If you were looking to do some good games on Orangle and unfortunately didn't have a good first day, oof, that's going to be denying a lot of your potential points you were expecting to get in the last chance stage.
I mean, and it even comes down to sort of zone luck, right? If you got a really nasty zone against you in all 3 Orangles, it's going to be really difficult. But the Burmese Ghouls are in second place with 42 points.
Yeah.
In second place. So, I mean, yeah, it was a very low elimination game, but hey, it got them where exactly they needed to be.
Oh, actually, I did say they were a little bit low on the elimination count, but I just looked at their rondo. They got 14 elims. So actually, you know what? That kind of really carries their eliminations when it comes to the leaderboard. So actually, not too bad. Still want to see more on that potential win where they got here, but that is going to be enough for them to be currently in second place, just over Influence Rage. As you said, Hodrix, right? The fact that Ultrigo gets 0 points, Influence Rage gets 0 points, opened up a massive opportunity for some of these teams. And here, Burmese Ghouls, oh man, the timing on that win was just perfect for them to make that jump in the top of the rankings.
For sure. And for everybody watching, we're going to be brutal on these analysis here because this is the last chance, guys, right? We got 14 teams going home. They're not going to get another shot at this for an entire year, okay? And I understand, Max, why you're saying like, hey, Burmese Ghouls, why couldn't you get a little bit more eliminations in this one? Because we have seen almost every stage now, right? The chance of moving on or going home has been one singular point. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I mean, it's a great game, right? I know everyone's like, why are you guys probably being harsh on them, right? It's because, you know, with the potential of amount of points these other teams can grab, this lobby is stacked, right? So Weibo, they moved up a little bit more. They're now sitting in 5th place with 35 points. They're only 7 away from that second place game. And if they are able to pull out a chicken dinner in this Miramar, they're going to jump up for sure.
Oh, they could definitely do a massive jump up. It is going to be down to the wire for the top 2 points position in the leaderboards. 3rd place might be unfortunately a little bit disappointed after how things go after these 2 days worth of gameplay. By the way, I want to say that previous graphic with the top 4 utilities was wrong. Do you know why? It's because we all know Sook is using the explosive bow, and that does not count as utility, but it should. Right. If it was, he would have had 50 plus, okay? So that graphic might need an update just for Sook because it's his fault.
Dude. You know what? All right, guys, let's keep it super brutal here. All right.
Okay.
Looking at the bottom of the leaderboards with 8 matches left, I'm already going to count some teams out of this. All right, I really am. Right. GK, I don't think they're going to make it. With what I've seen today, with them trying to hold off on the bridge and not trying to go for circle, being so low on the leaderboards, I just don't think they're going to make it in the top 2. 9Z, Falcons, Gen G. I think they're all in big trouble here, guys. I think if I don't see a chicken dinner in this game, I'm going to count them out as well. Is that crazy of me? Neptura, what do you think?
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. 13th and down. We've not seen anything from these teams to make us confident that they're going to do something even tomorrow, honestly. There's just no momentum there. They're not picking up, you know, any sort of speed. They're not being mobile with their pushes. They're kind of getting stuck in weird fights and weird positions, and they're just not holding out other teams effectively. So as much as I love some of these teams, I have to say they're just not doing enough.
Well, all I can say to that is I agree. There's not much more to that. If you're at the bottom of the rankings, not good. You want to be higher on the rankings. But as you said, right, if we want to see these teams maybe have a chance to make it happen, we need to see Miramar just popping off. Points left, right, center. Big double-digit points, Hodrix. We need to see it. If you're at the bottom of the rankings, you know what? It is time to be desperate, because otherwise, you'll go to the airport, maybe even before day 2, because you know you're not making it back, boy.
Hey, it's do or die. Do or die for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboards. Let's see if they can finally make their dreams come true in Miramar. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Miramar marches towards us, inexorable as ever, and we are going to be heading in for match number 5. I've had enough of those military circles now, Blank, and we could still technically see it if we head up to Campo Militar, but hopefully it's not going to be quite so crazy this time around. We'll have to wait and see just where we'll end up. So our teams are dropping out. Looks like Papa Supermassive right shoulder to shoulder with Kike over La Copereria.
Yeah, making their way straight into this one. And the desk is right, you know, we do have to be brutal because it is last chance now. Minor mistakes can't be made up for. You're essentially a lot of your hopes are riding on this first day. Today is that initial foundation that you build for tomorrow's sprint towards the top of the lobby. And I think that as far away as you can get away from those other teams underneath you, the easier it's going to be for tomorrow. I mean, for Alter Ego, realistically, they want 2 strong games now. And I think that, honestly, for Alter Ego, it doesn't even have to be a strong game, right? I think I'm even mistaken saying that. I think that even if they just got 10 points per match here, they look to set themselves up to be in a very good place, because a lot of teams are being careless and making mistakes because they're so hungry for these points. And I think for Alter Ego, because they are that far ahead, they can just go for pretty consistent games. I mean, 10 points isn't that easy to hit, but you can play a lot less aggressive now.
Definitely. South side circle shift going down towards the south coast. A lot of water in. On the next circle, Papara Supermassive. Are we going to see? No, I thought he was going to pick up the explosive bow there. I was nearly thinking it was Sook in disguise, but not so lucky. Not this time around. And I mean, with the circle, you just got to get out of here as fast as possible. We hate these hot drops on Miramar. And it's, it's pretty much fully surrounded for Geeke. So Papara Supermassive, the team that can change the pace of this one, I think it's safe to say. Kamikaze will be feeding this information back. Going for a fight, unless he's guaranteed a knock and a flush, at this point, maybe not worth it, but that information is invaluable. And they can move the rest of their team up and into place.
Yeah, they're just holding for the time being. There's Nico, though, finding Saf G. And this... It is basically a hot drop, right? Over towards La Cobradilla. And that initial knock is perfect, though. Getting it early and then looking to enclose, like wrap the net around Geeke is going to allow you to rotate a lot sooner. But I think we do have an interview very soon, John.
Oh, yeah, with Hardboy over on the stage with 7WG. Caught up with how Arc Red are doing in 11th place.
To a quick report with the 7WG, I'm joined by none other than Arc Red Hardboy. I mean, a great performance here in this match, securing at least a top 4. But I want to go back because during your group stage, during Group Red, you almost qualified to Grand Finals directly. Do you think you can bring back that performance here in Last Chance?
Last Chance'da men uveraman, что hozircha o'yinimizga o'xshamayotgan bo'lishi mumkin, lekin hozir yana 2 ta karta bor, undan tashqari ikkinchi kun bor. Обязательно biz ancha yaxshiroq o'yin ko'rsatamiz. Просто ozgina ba'zi bir xatolarni ustida ishlab olsak bo'ldi. Adaki hammasi kontrolda, xavotir olmanglar. Bor kuchimizni ishlatib harakat qilamiz grand finalga o'tish uchun.
We have two matches left and the second day left, and we'll try our best. Now we are not doing our best, but there is some moments that happening, so we will do our best and the last and second 2 matches and the second day to qualify into the grand finals.
All right, well, hey, I love hearing that. Now, I've been told that you are actually currently going to university. The university was able to give you support. Your friends were able to give you support as well. How does it feel to compete here at Pmgc?
To'g'risi juda ham faxrlanyapman hozir. Xursandman avvalambor, chunki shunchalik bizga podдержка qilayotganinglar uchun baribir o'yinimiz o'xshamayotgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shunga qaramasdan hamma podдержка qilyapti. Bundan men juda ham xursandman. Hammalarga rahmat deb qo'ymoqchiman.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm very proud and very happy that my friends and the university administration is supporting us. And now we are not doing good, but we will not fall down you. So we'll try our best, and thank you for all your support.
All right, well, I know you also know English because you've been understanding all my questions. Is there anything you want to tell there to your friends, family, or even the university?
Hammani qo'llab-quvvatlayotgani uchun birinchi o'rinda rahmat deb qolaman. Shunchalik podдержка qilyapsizlar. Bunaqa podдержкani umuman kutmagan edik. Harakat qilamiz shu ishonchlarni oqlashga, hammani yaxshi ko'ramiz. Biz uchun dalish podдержка qilib tursangiz biz xursand bo'lamiz.
Now, let me stop you because I know you know English. So you want to say it in English too?
Of course, I want to say. First of all, I want to say thank you for all of our fans and for families, my friends watching in our universities, and for university administration also to make these watch parties happen. We will try our best to qualify and not fail you down. So keep cheering for us, and thank you for all. We love you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you as well. I can't wait to see if Hardcore can bring it back here in the first day with only 2 matches left.
Hey, got to respect those roots, you know. Fantastic stuff. Flexing some multilingual talent there as well coming in. Very nice to see from Hard Boy. Maybe he will be in tune with the language of violence in this game, because you do need more points right now. From 11th place, it's necessary to jump up quite significantly here. And as the guys over on the desk, as Seven was saying, you definitely need to be starting to do something a little bit crazy coming into today's, or the rest of the day's games into Miramar. If you're down around 11th and lower, even halfway down the tables as well, it's starting to get too far away, even at this point.
It's a little bit tough. Get a replay of some of the ongoings that happened during that interview. Good shots from Ragnarok, honestly. Very good shots from Ragnarok. Finally able to put him down. So Upper Supermassive had a little bit of fright on that north side, but luckily are able to bounce back at least. Bit of a long journey for them though. They get their hiking boots on.
It's still, yeah, as you say, a bit of a way to go, but clearing out that north side. They'll be happy to leave with all 4 of their players getting some healing done. Meanwhile, all the way on the south coast, the Wolves trying to move in past Partona as they come up towards it in a little while. Some scraps popping off though as Alter Ego, they're chiming back in. They've got 3 limbs, they've lost a player, and it's not Rosemary, which means that they are still keeping things going. But up on 51 points now, Blank. It's looking pretty fearsome for them. Top 2 is likely to be around 110 points. Now, that's a very, very rough estimate. It's very flexible as to what you're seeing there. Could be as high as 120, as 125. So being able to post up anywhere 60 and above today is brilliant news. For Alter Ego, they're pretty close already.
Yeah, again, for Alter Ego, like I said, it's just consistent points here. Yes, they've lost a player, but they are in a fairly good spot of the map right now in terms of this circle, so they can play a little bit slower. 7 more points required. They need a quick rotate up towards the north side now, past Impala, but there is options available to them. But yeah, 7 points on the game. That's not a tall task, especially for a team like Alter Ego. I believe they can do it. And that will put them in a very good position tomorrow, like you say, more than half of the way there.
That's the thing, you want to set yourself success. Get in there as fast as you can. I mean, it's always the better way to do it, isn't it? But we'll see who's going to be able to join them, because still pretty tight, even around that second place bubble right now. An 11-point difference between second place and 6th place. So very, very flexible, especially in a 12-match sprint like this in a circle. Just a little bit out in the cold right now with a 7th place position. They've had, I think, well, certainly 1 decent roll-up, sometimes a little bit misguided. And on this circle on the south edge, they may have to try and figure out just what the difference is as they roll up towards Team Flash and towards Gen G and Weibo even further beyond to the north.
Team Flash in 6th place, 31 points. There's still a chance for them. Again, I think anyone that's under or that 30-point position, they need a chicken dinner on one of these last 2 matches. So for me, that really includes Papra Supermassive, Boars, and potentially Wolves. I think for Arcred and Alliance, I am a little less convinced. That would have to be probably 2 strong games back-to-back. For Falcons, 9ZG, and GK, I think the run's done at this point, personally.
Yeah, I mean, barring miraculous games for the teams that are still alive this match, like right here, right now, there's just no way, right? You can see 30-point games, even on Miramar. So it is possible to get up pretty close towards the top, but it's just not what we've been seeing from these rosters, right? It's not what we've come to expect now. And even though Falcons are in a pretty decent northern side spot of Los Leones, they've lost my faith, which is unfortunate. on the middle side. I'm going to be looking towards teams a little bit more healthy on the standings. There's Law. Ooh, and Federal actually gets the cut across on towards Arc Red. And those viewer parties he was talking about, I don't think are going to be super happy right now, Blank, because he's the last hand. But for Law, Federal, they're charging it down. They've got Diego on the high ground as well, and at a pretty dominating spot.
Yeah, for Arc Red, it goes from bad to worse there, as they do get eliminated on this game. 0 eliminations at 11th place. For Influence Rage, though, they're happy to pick up the points. They are currently chasing. Alter Ego set themselves up in a lineup there, and they do need to go a little bit further. So the fields are out towards that eastern side. You also have a lot of Los Leones down towards the south. So what you're looking at right now is this horizontal cross, right? Where a lot of teams need to play in. You could send some players down towards that south side just to hang around on the northern edge of Los Leones, but this is cutting out a lot of area because you don't really want to be playing in La Bandita either, unless you're the Ghouls, I guess. But it's not ideal. There's a lot of space in this circle, which is just not where you want to be. And if you're forced to go there, it's not going to feel great for your end game.
You're going to have a pretty rubbish time. I'm imagining we'll see 1 or 2 escapees from the fight. Maybe just send into Los Leones right now, but for the moment, teams are still a little bit put together. I'm expecting that to change when this next shift starts to close.
I think most of the teams are waiting for that as well, John. Personally, I think they'd love to know where this next circle is heading over towards. I think Alliance right now have a strong position. Influence Rage, particularly inside the concrete, is very safe. Chenji, damn, he gets cut out of the vehicle. I feel like Win could have had those shots over towards Dami there. He's a little bit late on the peak.
Maybe.
Bose might be able to find it though.
Oh, maybe not, though, because the answer from the passenger side seems pretty effective, and Bose has to back off, doesn't want to overexpose, give too big of a target for those bullets to land in response, and okay, they're really getting backed off here. Genji, great, to take a stand. And on the north side now of Los Leones, the northeast corner, just about squeaking their way in, find a little bit of refuge.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I mean, that shot from Genji as well kind of saves them there. It was an immediate reset from their side. So I was quite pleased with the way they played that out. And they get towards the northern portion of Los Leones. Like I said, you play in those northern buildings. Enemy schools have been spotted by Cause, but the location is revealed very early right now here for the Boars. You are on the outside of the circle at the moment, so Burmese schools know that they have a competitor in the midst.
Something they will be keeping an eye on. Just making sure that that one is under control, but unknown at the backline for Burmese Ghouls. Yeah, not happy. Not happy. Might be Resible. Maybe, but the Boars with oversight. Yeah. Okay, no, that isn't going to be Resible. Next circle coming on in, though. The open ground to the east, or the city to the south, into the ridgeline in the middle. Look at a center on towards the Falcons, Blank. I mean, they've been here before. I just don't believe in them now.
Yeah, this is kind of, it's nice if I think most teams would have preferred a center on this. It means you can much more commit towards these hills, the high grounds, the cliff tops. Good shots, though, from the Flash. Takes down 2 players from Weibo, which is pretty disastrous for our 4th place team.
Yeah, that's unfun. Not what you want to see. Coming off the back of the game they just had as well, getting into the points decently. Yeah, this is Weibo back up to their old tricks now. 33Z charging for some semblance of cover, but it's so few and far between, he won't find it. The rocks, his final resting place there. Grand monument that perhaps he deserves. Navallo holding his own, though. And I say I lost faith in the Falcon. I have not lost faith in Navallo. He's still got a little more power to give, a little bit more to do. The rest of the team getting assisted there, and Papa Supermassive fall before his feet. 3 of those points go towards him. I mean, this man's a one-man army. He's the only thing propping the Falcons up right now.
Yeah, I think the Falcons are very, very glad to have Narvalo on side. He is a unreal component to the team. But yeah, this sort of, again, last chance though. Falcons need 2 big games, remember, which is very unlikely. Like, it can happen, but it's very unlikely. But that is the goal they need to hit today, sadly. And there's only 2 more matches left to do it.
There you go. The challenge on the roll up the board seemed to be no match for it, though. They will come a cropper on the approach. Havlik now getting chewed through a little bit by Alva, and the backlines eat him up fully. Actually, that's Burmese Ghouls as well chiming on in, but Krypton now feels the terror. Yapka steps forward, steps up to the plate. Rosemary now for the challenge, and again, they're just not tagging on. He's ticking up on the healing with those stims, but it doesn't even matter because they haven't taken a lick of damage back towards him. And 4 players alive for the Burmese Ghouls. They did manage to get their player back up, unknown, into the fold. Ichi, ooh, has to bow down though. Take a little bit of time because Alliance are taking shots out this way too.
Alliance looking to take shots off into the distance. Over towards Alter Ego, as well as Burmese Ghouls. See if they can get their way through here. I think the most surprising thing is Burmese Ghouls was able to pick Unknown back up again.
Yeah, and that Lab Integrator. It was the boards really who were holding that one down. So as soon as they alleviated, they could go back on out. They're moving in with 4. I mean, they're chasing down Alter Ego now. Chasing away Influence Rage, who really aren't in the area though, so a bit of a separated fight on that front, split apart by Alliance. Next circle blank is just about to pop, but the Falcons still holding their middle. For now, they're doing pretty well.
We move down towards the south side, so Genji on that rotate past the flash actually works out massively well in their favor. Able to get into a fairly strong position here. Burmese Ghouls looking to move their way down past Alter Ego. Remember, 6 elims. This is great news. Actually, we weren't paying too much attention to this, but 6 elims so far for Alter Ego is very good. And I think that if Alter Ego disengaged from this fight, I'd be quite pleased with that as well. I don't think they need to fight this.
I don't necessarily know. They can just try and move away. First or second doesn't really make too much of a difference. When it comes to it, it's all about getting just one or the other at this point. So you don't really want to slow down the Burmese Ghouls. You want to try and pick a team, maybe, and give them a little boost up. Although you can't really do that. You can't really afford to take that time because it will just hit your points tallies more than anything. If you try and overinvest in something like that, generally a bad plan. Very inadvisable. But for now, disengage. Earn more points as than you thought ever possible by making the smart play here on the north side.
For Alter Ego, they actually get Rosemary down towards the southwest. That's past Alliance as well as past Burmese Ghouls. I think it's hard now to get the rest of the team over towards them. They're definitely going to get shot at. It's a little bit of luck required. Alpha going down is unfortunate. But I think Alter Ego, they made their mind up much earlier.
Alter Ego. They are going to contest it, but Godspeed does take a bit of damage, but it will not get the knock. A bit low on the armor there for Krypton, but it's actually Falcons who chime in towards Godspeed to be able to take him down. And Narvalo picks up another point. 5 elims now for the team. Unknown deep back into the blue to grab a vehicle and goes all the way out wide. They do not want to get involved, but Rosemary has got their run out too. Yapka has to hop out behind the vehicle, and Rosemary's not connecting on the spray, forced to go for the reload. Now the rest of the team, all the Burmese Ghouls, can start to put pressure on, can start to move around, but they're so low on HP. A nade, it bubbles around. Rosemary doesn't see it. Oh no, and he goes down to a nade. He had Yatka dead to right, but just couldn't convert. And now it's just Krypton on the back lines. Last player to stand, and Yatka is going to pick that up. 4 elims for Burmese Ghouls, and they take down first play.
Yeah, that is sad. That is very, very sad for Burmese Ghouls. They are chasing though. And Burmese Ghouls are doing a fantastic job today. They really are. It's been a little less explosive, a little less flashy, but they get the job done. So well done to them. Mindset Globen moving past the Wolves here, but there is some fantastic shots going through. Doran does need to be aware of those sidelines, though.
Certainly does. You can't just be going on through without a care in the world at this point. Wolves making their way on in. Pmgc pushed aside somewhat, but still with a force on the southwest edge of it, trying to take shots over towards the Wolves. The center keeps those scrappy buildings in as well. And for Influence Rage, this is pretty good news for their chase, or it would be if the Burmese ghouls weren't still in.
Burmese ghouls still holding on this outside edge jump. Looking over towards the Alliance. Alliance have crossed the road, which was going to be the big difficulty for them. The fact they've already got 2 outposts out there is really good. Means they can potentially get the other players across, but both teams will need to deal with Influence Rage in the future. Falcons are nipping at the Burmese ghouls' heels. How does Flash hit that? That's a win right on the eastern side. He's far away from the rest of the team, and he is just causing problems for the Alliance.
All right. Burmese ghouls going to rock up now. A little bit too much trouble the Falcons are causing them, and they want to try and change that. But 4v3 with low HP bars. Alliance on that side, swipe 2. This is tough stuff for the Burmese ghouls. A real test of fortitude. But Jimmy's not connecting onto the spray down with Yatka. And they're going to have to move as well, so can no longer influence this fight. Healing will slowly start to tick up for the Burmese ghouls, and the Falcons just want to hold the edge of this white ring. No nades finding their way on just yet. Unknown goes a little bit long against him. And the danger sent back up top. Doesn't tag on either.
Yeah, a little slow on the game here. And again, it's because the terrain is so horrendous to work with for a lot of squads. The Flash still having this massive high ground down towards the southeast is quite funny. That stayed in the game for so long. And there's a tiny bit of Lost Leon still in. So it's sort of an urban area finish if we head down towards the southwest side, John.
Yes. Got the potential to go either way, really. Hilltops, urban. No open ground. So maybe that's the one saving grace that we're going to see. Falcons with 5 elims. It is do or die time for this team. Narvala with 4 of them. Brilliant on the hold against the run-up from Papa Supermassive. It's now up to get the Burmese ghouls to try and take a turn around the block, and landing an aid onto Narvalo does a little bit of damage. Got an aid in response, and Unknown goes fully down for it. Redox with 3. 1 on the cook right now, 1 launched out fast, and Yatka falls. The nades from Falcons are landing on target. It's up to Ichi now to keep them alive, but the points is going to start to flow towards the Falcons tally. 8 elim. Transition south or die. That is the challenge for Falcons.
Very well done to Ralph there, holding this angle. Knew that this would be the approach and a team would take. Managing to find this initial knock, and then they can start to control Alliance as well as Ralph looks over. Another good nade. 1 more sent through, and it's a good pop on that one. Another player drops down.
Influence Raid. Don't think they quite have angles. Hang on a minute. Narvalo. I mean, what you just step it out? That's pretty crazy. Redox wants to try and channel that in an Narvalo situation, but he's just making them feel unnerved. And around the corner they go. I think was Team Flash chiming in there, or Narvalo was able to put that one to bed. Everybody else seemingly a distraction. But Narvalo to tear through the lobby. Loop's going to roll up. Don't want to get stuck in because the Falcons are terrifying right now on that northern edge. And they'll move into town in the meantime. Keeps that corner scrap in play. The Loops are going to try and make the most of it.
There's pretty interesting ending here, John. A little bit of buildings down towards the south side. The Wolves are currently holding. The Falcons can sort of play this position, but they need to wait for the Flash to be forced off that high ground first. It's the only way they can push down towards the south. It's the reason why Alliance went down to the flash, because they had those angles from that southeast side. This is smart from the Falcons to bide their time.
I mean, they'll also be able to potentially farm a couple more elims down towards the town, right? With that oversight, with that high ground. There go Team Flash. They've made their move. So, do the Falcons make their move now too? Falak with a hold. Good on the first date. As the approach to Inner Circle, who have been fairly quiet here, steps out for the flush and win. Can't quite connect. Falak dodging around those bullets. That spray not going well. Bose falls as well. But now Falak holds against the last player from Team Flash, right at his doorstep, waiting for the shots, and he's not given an inch. Will step out, look for the spray. You can't come in here. There's no room. Falak's too big for your boots, and we'll be able to slam down with a hefty step on towards Team Flash, and Noki will knock the running entirely.
I didn't realize Falak was trying to get in his boots, but yeah, I guess he is too big for his boots. An interesting play there from Falak. Managed to hold on.
These boots aren't big enough for the both of us.
Well, apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, it is scary. I would be worried if a man tried to come to me and try and get his feet in my boots whilst I was wearing them. I would enjoy that. The Falcons dealing with Influence Rage, who are still holding on this high ground. They got taken down by Influence Rage, did flash earlier. So Falcons again have a new target, new enemy. I think they are playing it out fairly reasonably so far. Big Molly in the building. Doesn't quite spread far enough though. Well, Dammy's getting prepared. Medkit.
He's already tagging it on. I feel like the Falcons have just always fallen short of getting into strong late game scenarios, right? Over the course of what we've seen from them so far. But in those late game spots, that is where they really haven't been able to show too much. They definitely have got the prowess to be able to make it through. The nerves hopefully going to hold for them, as Falak still will deny entry to anybody. Unfortunately, he steps out of his building. His stronghold has been breached, and he will fall down. Gen G, the ones to be able to find the weakness in the armor there against the Inner Circle.
Gen G struggling, and I think likely to go down soon. But it is Falcons who are gathering the majority of the points off the back of this. Redox wants a little bit more, does not want these going over towards Inner Circle. And they should be able to tag on. Another shot from Narvalo over towards Federal. This is a very different Falcons from what we've seen before. They are giving it their absolute all in these final moments of the first day of Last Chance.
And they need to. This is their last chance to keep things going. 13 elims found now, Blank, and they have 2 knocks ready to farm on up. Looking to go monumental here. I said, oh, maybe 30-point games can happen, but maybe 30-point games can happen, Blank, because we've got 5 teams remaining. They're all in dribs and drabs. Influence Rage just about putting 3 of themselves back together, but the Falcons still have their high ground perch. With 6 elims on for Narvalo, the rest of the team is starting to catch up, but this is what they needed, and it could not have come at a better time.
No, I mean, they're all taking different fights. Honestly, this is the crazy thing about all of this, is that they are taking 3 fights at once. Each player is dedicated to a specific angle. You can see every time Redox comes off, he helps with the shots, and then he's immediately back over towards looking at that west side. They are gathering points quickly in this game, now looking to complete the run versus Influence Rage, but they lose 1. Sadly, Narvalo gets a little bit too close to it.
Coward slips, misstep there. 3 players now for the Falcons as Inner Circle still trying to charge on through. Influence Rage trying to challenge for second place. Loops as well, but Inner Circle want to stop Loops dead in their tracks. IQ trying to hop on through. The nade comes through for the Wolves, and it will beat everybody for the angle. The crutch down will go, and it's the Falcons to fall. They haven't made it. The Wolves, they managed to survive all of that. They get the chicken dinner? Are you kidding me? Where did that come from?
Oh, in the final moments, it was so necessary to get the chicken dinner. A slight falter from Cole. And I mean, that's a Falcons mistake right there. I don't think he had to push that. I know he wanted to clean house. I know he wanted those eliminations. But as a 4, maybe it could have been different. They have a fighting chance. They have a fighting chance.
They do still get second place. You're right. They managed to put a lot of tally as well because they were brutal. I didn't quite catch how many elims they got right at the end there for the Falcons, but yeah, it's really, really nasty not to find that final blow, that final chicken dinner. Those 10 points to add to their tally. They lose out at the end. The Wolves snatch it away.
If you blinked, you missed it. What happened in this end game? Let's just focus and exactly watch as the Wolves pull out a chicken dinner some way, somehow, Max.
So IQ does outlive loops. So really good clutch from IQ's done it once again today. So very good. Influence Rage able to go and eliminate one player. Koa, I think big overstep for Falcons. Not really a necessary play this time around. But IQ here redeeming this entire fight. Trying to exit Los Leones itself. Very happy within the circle as they're getting somewhat assisted by Wolves. And Wolves was just chilling on this ridge cliffside position. And I want to see the final shot. So they jump down. Doran finds the first one, and then his team, I believe, gets the second, and that's how they get the win. Oh, Falcons were forced off the cliff and were just fed into the meat grinders of Wolves. Interesting, okay.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, Wolves come up out of there, and my mic was off, but it's fine. Wow. I'm a bit speechless. I have to think about this for a second because we were so focused on the loops and inner circle fight. So focused on that. Who went out first? And then all of a sudden, Wolves just come up on screen. Kind of crazy, but hey, GG. I mean, talk about team that needed a win. We were hyping up Falcons in our chat, right? But Wolves as well needed this win. It's not a big elimination win, but still, 17 points on the board is going to be huge for them.
Well, if we're talking about Wolves taking the win, I am going to say there was definitely a big portion of luck to take into the equation here. So Wolves were definitely favored by the circle. The fact they didn't have to move was massive. Literally, the teams trying to exit Los Leones had to cross so many little open areas to make it to Wolves in the first place. And chances are they were fighting each other, so Wolves didn't have to get involved. And then Falcons had to drop off a cliff, off a literal mountain, Niptura, to try and compete with Wolves. Not much for them to do. So Wolves, you know what? All you can really say, they got in a good position and they took some really sick shots at the end to make sure they wrap up that chicken dinner. But this game was hectic. Were we going to get a mountain finish, a low ground finish, a valley finish? Were we going to get a city finish in Los Leones? We didn't know until literally the last few circles of this game.
No, we really didn't. There was a lot. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go off. Wait, but what are you doing? This is like the #1 don't do this is that road. Don't rotate. You know there's gonna be teams of that area on those mountains, and they understood that now if they didn't before because they lost 3 on that rotation. Oh my god.
It's a haunted canyon, okay? There's always some stragglers, some solos. They're on the rocks. They're hiding away from you. You've got to be so careful when you're rotating on the eastern road of Los Leones. And in this case, Weibo literally had no scouting done this time around. Though back into some later on fights happening in this game. Ultra, they clash with Balls. They get themselves some good eliminations. Then Burmese Balls get involved. But you know what? Fight. They kind of hope onto Falcon. They let solo. Oh my goodness. IQ. Pulling this background for inner circle, he's been doing so much for this team.
For sure. For sure. Really take a look at these look at that. All the way at El Pozo, having to make the big trip on over to Los Leones.
Oh, yeah, they did. How many teams actually went to the south side? They were all expecting a cliff finish, and immediately just finding it to the north. Falcons the early position as well, but look you just trying to find some sort of entry into zone. Incredible that survived that is just that long rotation, then trying to come down to the south side. Just very, very careful from them.
I can't believe they went from that little rotation to the west, past loops, and there were still other teams inside the city of Los Leones and able to make it without losing that many players. That was kind of crazy, in my opinion. But you know what? Big Highland Falcons. Sure, they don't quite win the game. They still get 22 points on the board. And this is Falcons into late game scenario, Niptra, without losing a single player. And I've been harping on about this topic every single day, it seems like the Falcons have been playing. The rotations they do are not bad rotates, but they're executed in such a way they always take casualties just trying to get into that position in the first place. This time around, it was so quick, they didn't lose a single one of their players, which enabled Narvalo to, as we saw, just clutch up big time on that hilltop.
I mean, 16 eliminations. A lot of those came from Narvalo, right? Yeah, you're right, because I think even in the group stage we were saying the same thing, right? Is that this team just keeps losing players on rotation. If they get into the end game with all 4 players up, they do so well, and here is just another example of that. A lot of teams, though, that didn't have such a good time. I mean, Burmese Ghouls got 4 points, but they were one of the teams that was just taken out by Falcons really well, by the way, but they were just zoned out completely. Alliance was the same deal, as well as Weibo, you know, having a rough day as well. 1 point on the board is not looking too good, Max.
I mean, one team that's not looking too good for me is going to be Papara Supermassive Blaze. They had that great first match here with Kamikaze doing so well as a transition point on Rondo, and ever since, it's been kind of downhill. So, no, if we want all the Turkish teams to make it into PMGC Grand Finals, Papara, we need to see a bit of a step up. But here we go. MVP is Doran, and you know what? Always happy to see Doran be an MVP here, Hotrix. I'm sure, especially as you, an America's guy, is going to be happy to see him on top of the rankings.
Oh, man, we need to see them more on the top of the rankings, and if we want to see them make it into the finals, because, I mean, it is do or die. Yeah, honestly, that was a do or die game for both these teams in my eyes, Wolves and the Falcons. They both put up some good, solid points, and let's take a look at the overalls. Burmese Ghouls still holding on that second place position, but look at that. Wolves, 37 points. Falcons, 31. What a huge jump. I mean, they were so far behind. They were, what, in 14th place with 9? Kept them alive. Kept them alive. But they're in the conversation now.
Jukes, I gotta say, though, they have 7 placement points. They got 6 in that last game. Oof. Oof. Come on, Falcons, we need another Miramar. Bump up those placement points to have a real shot, because that's just such a crazy stat.
I'm a bit sad about Weibo, really. The lack of scouting. They had such a good opportunity to do well getting on those eastern hilltops, but they just gone to the roadside, feed up 3 eliminations over to Team Flash. They're currently just slightly above them by 1 point, in fact. So Weibo, more scouting. That would make me happy, because right now that is definitely going to hinder their chances of doing well. But looking at the top 4 players, here we go. Now, this is the Falcons. Do we remember from the end of 2024, even early 2025, right, Niptra, with PMGO, Koaz up there, same for Redox and Narvalo. The Frenchie, making me proud to be from France. Hell yeah, more of this, please.
Heck yeah, yes, please.
And even Krypton.
Falcons.
Wait, he's still there.
Yeah, Krypton's here again. Krypton's here again. The dude won't leave us alone. He's like, no, I will be on the MVP list. I might not be number 1, but I will be in the top 4. This is my spot.
Wow. I mean, crazy. I mean, Alter Ego putting up points regardless of the situations. Burmese Ghouls put up some as well. All right. Now that we had the Falcons put up such a massive game, they're in that conversation still, right? It was over until that game. But now at this point, there's some extra factors that go into this, Max Man, right? If Alter Ego and Burmese Ghouls have a big game here or a chicken dinner, it could really make things more difficult. So there's still a lot of factors to happen, right, that need to go right for Falcons and so many squads in the middle to still make it to top 2.
If we have them, or Burmese Ghouls and Alter Ego, to use your example, have a good game here, it's going to start to set up a really big point gap, a big threshold. There's going to be requiring you to have one good game just to somewhat be able to compete with them, which you do not want that to happen. So right now, this is not all doom and gloom. That point gap is not big enough. They're like, oh no, this is such a big point gap. We can't afford to have a single bad game. No, you can still technically maybe have 1 or bad 2 performances. But Burmese Ghouls and Alter Ego, I think, are indeed in a position right now, Niptra, where they want to set the pace, have that one big game that kind of sets them apart from the rest of the lobby, so they can somewhat rest a little bit, and I really mean a little bit, on their laurels. But as of right now, anyone can still do a massive jump up in the next game. Literally, the last game of day 1, we could have an entirely different top 2.
Yeah, I think even all the way down to 9th place, right? Falcons with 31, second place is 46. So a 15-point difference between second place going to finals and 9th place going home, right? So so far, I mean, we've had 5 games and they've been big games, and Alter Ego have won 2 of them. But still, the leaderboards are really, really close. Mostly thanks to that last game, really, in terms of in the case of some of the teams, but just some very, very close points here, Jukes.
Hey, I saw Narvalo smiling, by the way. That's scary.
Yes.
hey, well, let's see how scary he's going to be in this last match of day 1, last chance. Let's take it on over to the beautiful desert of Miramar.
Oh, one more time for the desert today, blank. These games are going really, really quickly, and it's got to feel all breaks off right now for our teams, because we are reaching the point of no return, the point of desperation. Unless you can pull something out the bag right here, right now, you're not getting through. And that could make things easy, especially into Rondo tomorrow morning. That's what I'm most excited for, as well, as teams will be a little bit more unleashed. We saw craziness with a massive multi-way hot drop today. I fear to think what's going to happen tomorrow, but for now, it's going to be sanity on Miramar.
I actually think tomorrow is going to be a little bit more quiet Rondo, in my opinion, just because I think teams have already accrued their points, right? They don't want to give away more. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. But it will be exciting, because either way, Rondo still offers you a big chance at a large amount of eliminations. There are some teams we can start to count out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that there are a few who are now just too far behind. And it's not going to work out for the moment. I mean, Pmgc in that last one, having a real rough time of it. Not really going to be able to do too much. They just squeaked through from their group stage to get to the last chance. And yeah, I'm not expecting them to be able to put more down. No more rubber to road, I don't think. 9ZG, 9Z Globen, not quite able to do enough so far. Could be quite a few, but one of the teams that we would have been adding to that rank was Falcons. And after that last match, they definitely do have a chance. We caught up with Narvalo on the stage for his incredible holds to kick off their performance in the last match. Seven, what do you have to say?
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by the man that hates interviews, but he keeps performing well, so we're going to have to keep asking him questions from Falcons. Narvalo, before this match, what was going on through the day? We weren't seeing the Falcons that we expect.
We had hard luck on Rondo. I think it wasn't expected that 7 or 8 teams came to our spot, so it was kind of a hard game. But we didn't bet a lot on Rondo. And Eranger, I think it's mostly miscommunication and not playing as a team. We had but the last one was a military. It kept shifting north, and it was just. I mean, it's kind of a bad game, but. This game, I think we show what we can do, even from coming from El Pozo all the way to Los Leones. We move fast, and it paid off with a middle position. And El Pozo all the way to Los Leones, we move fast, and it paid off with a middle position. And I think after we played our game and finally play as 4 and get 16 elims, I think.
Yeah, and 8 came out of you. So I'm hoping that momentum is going to continue, because you guys are expected to make it to the grand finals. I'm hoping you make it to the grand finals. Back to y'all.
Hey, that's some pretty good insight there. I mean, obviously not having the greatest start to the day, and as I said before, not really a team that we were thinking much of. They were severely decimation, but it is true. If they get to a late game as 4, they're pretty unless you have to go down a hill against the Wolves. But we don't talk about that.
No, we do not. But yeah, the miscommunication makes a lot of sense to me in terms of how they've played, what kind of angles they've taken. It's not looked amazing in that aspect, but 31 points. Again, like I said, they need another big game here to see themselves on par with some of these other squads towards the top. I think I would be pleased if they hit 40 this game. I think that gives them a chance. But that's about it. If they can go further than that, great. But yeah, I think that 40 points gives them a chance. They need more. But I will forgive them for their antics previously today, if that's the case. For Geeky, 9Z Globen, both these teams, very clear right now, won't be making it to the grand final, sadly. Getting essentially a 1 point average if Geeky ends this game on 6 points, it's not enough.
No, I mean, to be fair, it is, as I said, very, very quick to close down the opportunities. And it will be a lot towards Rondo for a big game for these teams towards the bottom to even have a chance. So we'll have to wait and see. There are quite a few teams, though, that are still in with that shot, right? Because at the moment, the bubble sits at 46. I'm sort of expecting that to a little bit higher, up towards 50, maybe even 55 over the course of this match, depending on who's at a good game behind it. But yeah, if you sit at points at the end of the day, you definitely are in with a chance. There is still that possibility. Anything over 50, I think you're starting to look pretty happy. And at the moment, that's only Alter Ego.
For the Burmese Ghouls, they can do it. They're starting in the graveyard, which is very thematic for them. We'll see where they can go from that position. And we do have a couple of central teams in a circle. I think they've done fairly well, right? I don't think it's up to the standard of a lot of the fans would hope they would be doing right now. I think they would hope they'd be further up towards the top 3. Just considering how the circle is and has been. Yeah, 5 right now feels a little bit lackluster, I imagine. I think they've done perfectly fine today, personally. I think there have been some moments where they have shown a bit more aggression, which is fair enough. They knew they needed more points, so they've gone for it. But I would like to see more.
Yeah, it's something, I mean, something that all of our teams here are putting so much legwork, right, to get to this point. New faces, old hats, really putting in a shift to even qualify, even to last chance stage, right? They have had to beat out so many other teams in their regions, in the gauntlet stage. Well, maybe not in the gauntlet stage, but in the groups. They have had to earn their spot here, and even last chance at the Pmgc is a pretty monumental achievement, to be honest. Everyone should be proud of themselves, but only 2 can make it out here. The other 14, they will be on the planes straight to the airport after tomorrow's matches. Alliance, they are starting to wane now. Having 1 or 2 glimmers of hope, but they're being taken away from them. Snatched out from underneath them. Even with their missteps, Alter Ego, though, it's true. Seems like they have been able to rise a little bit stronger than the rest of our...
I mean, 7 minutes into the game, 64 players alive, 16 teams in. Much more cautious game this time around. Also, not a horrible circle for a lot of people to get down towards. Especially this is cutting out like that San Martin ridgeline over towards the north side. It means teams aren't just all barreling in for a specific spot. So there is more space. Gen G hears shots and immediately turns around. Like, we don't want anything to do with that.
No, that's, I mean, maybe a wise decision. They don't want to get stuck in just yet. It's only stage 1, and you do need every point you can get. Well, actually, take that back. For Gen G, maybe they do want to get stuck in. Sort of kind of no matter what. Because they desperately need those points. Next circle, just about to come on through. Everyone fairly centered, as well, evenly spread towards the center of this one. Except for 9ZG. And we get a hard north shift up to Picardo.
And we do go back towards the ridge. So sorry, teams. In general, I keep cursing on the circle shifts. But at least it's still on the north side. I'll say that now, and it's going to move straight back up towards the north again. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult, especially over towards the east, around Graveyard, a little bit more open, that Valley of Death. Also, Picardo's still in play. I think Gen.G's quite happy with the position they hold right now. The Falcons, because they're far up towards that north side, they cut out a lot of our teams towards the south. So they're not going to have to be first to face. They can spend a little bit more of this game figuring out where they want to go. And again, we are looking at this team to carry that momentum onwards from that last game. I think the Falcons have been down on the luck a while, so it sort of does make sense to me that there's miscommunication in the team. I think obviously that the spirits aren't particularly high.
No, not for the moment. I mean, it is going to be really difficult to keep your nerves in check at this point, to keep those spirits, as you say, topped up to the maximum, but it is necessary now. As teams get towards the crunch. Boars, they're not going to get stuck in towards loops here. Instead, going to divert around. They're playing southwest side of Picardo right now. It's going to hold up into the stables here. Southwest edge, the west road out of Los Leones. Loop's going to go further in, though. They want to maybe challenge for a more central position. The overlook towards Picardo could potentially be pretty profitable, depending on what teams are going to move in around you. The Falcons, however, they've moved up to the high ground. We've seen what they could do from up high before, but will Narvalo be allowed to run riot in the same way that he's done previously? That remains to be seen. They want to hold on firm. One of the vulnerabilities that we've seen from the Falcons is having half of their 2-2 split and not really having an answer at all. And hopefully that won't come back to bite them here.
Well, if I'm being very brutally honest, I think that they don't have the firepower to hold 2-2 splits. I think they fall over as soon as that happens. I think in terms of the four-man, the decision making, the critical thinking during those last zones is great. I do think that they can't play the way Alter Ego plays, who currently Rosemary with the Lynx AMR, which could be pretty dastardly. But yeah, I don't think they can play the same way Alter Ego plays, because that is a team that can quite comfortably hold on as two players whilst waiting for backup. Falcons don't have that. They can barely hold on for 3 to 4 seconds, which is just not enough time.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer you need at the time being, but the circle shifts out to the east, so we're not going to stay up towards that Falcons high ground. Influence Rage, though. Big opportunity for them here. Remember, they're third place on the table, looking to chase. Alter Ego wanting to defend their first place at the end of the day. Rose out well. Arcred will not be able to put it, but they're already on the upstairs, and he has no idea what's going on. Krypton trying to defend his teammates, but drop downs easy for Bad Boy, giving them the runaround. Snape and Alva charge on in. They're on the inside. They're still, but they do manage to finally find the liar from Arcred, who go down 12th place, 20 points. They might just be done and dusted here. Alter Ego, though, losing, needing to get the res onto Krypton and Alliance. A little bit too slow to third-party bully, but they're still going to get in on the fight. Alva wants to hold the door, but will have to back off here to wait for his team to get back on it.
There's a lot of potential points here for Alter Ego. They just need to win the fight, which is a little bit more complicated than me just saying it right now. And now with only 2 players, make that 1 player. Yeah, the life gets very hard for them. So it looks like they should be finishing around 58 points unless Krypton brings out something absolutely spectacular in these final moments.
I mean, he might be able to get 1 point, 1 flush. If Jimmy goes too fast on his own up the stairs, sure, maybe a point goes over his way, but getting close to the 60 point day 1 is brilliant news no matter what. Nades forcing Krypton out of position, dropping the micro Uzi spray as well. The nades will finally land, and they draw to a close on the day. 58 points, a pretty strong tally for Elims on this match. Let's see who's going to match him for it, though. The Burmese Ghouls, Influence Rage, Loops, and a couple of teams beneath them as well, all looking to take that second spot as we go into our final.
I think for Arcred, that's them out as well now. Going down with 20 points on our first day. I don't think they can make it up enough for tomorrow, personally, especially the way they're currently playing. So I think Arcred is done for. If Gen.G goes out in the next few minutes, also another team that I'm counting out too. They have been very scared to take any fights, which isn't a promising sign.
No, you can't be scared at this point. I mean, there's nothing to lose. At this stage, it is all or nothing. Qualify or don't. There's a little bit of prize money on the line, but I mean, even then, it's pittance compared to what you could get in the grand finals. Just getting towards the grand finals is worth 25 grand blank, and last chance. I mean, it is still a few $1,000s in terms of differences, but it's all about those qualification spots. That is what our teams are looking for. Next circle just about to come in on that north side. Could be pretty fraught, unless it's a hard northeast shift.
And we do head down towards the southeast side. Weibo currently actually in an okay spot. I prefer the end game over towards the western side ridge. 9ZG versus the Wolves right now. Wolves have one player on very low HP, currently bleeding out inside the blue. That's Baton. Is Rezable potentially... I think he'd have to crawl quite a far away to get in. I think for 9ZG, that's them done now too. Currently down to a singular player. It's not enough. Yeah, you're not getting him, Doran.
Yeah, that's a real bold flex out from Doran. Unless he had supplies that they needed. I'm sure that you needed for that one. Maybe they weren't thinking the shots would come on through, but either way, it is going to be the close down. One of their players, the Wolves, now playing on with 3 spray downs for Loop. Oh, this is another team chasing for the top spots. Fighting off against the Boars, who right 11th, starting to suffer in the face of Loops. Fitting on that off angle is so dastardly. And they just can't quite find the entrance. But SnowX is looking to turn it around. The DBS doesn't get for the second shot. Rafinha will find the flush too. Now, plus the one guaranteed. Havlik also very likely to be put very low here. With the last players on the Boars, they're still giving it a go. They're taking down Ratto Boy, but maybe not able to do too much more. Exo taken out, and the rest of them will fall as well. Loops, 3 elims. They're now neck and neck with their counterparts from Brazil. 3 points on the elims to 1 for Influence Rage, and dead heat with every single one of them in second place. It's the Burmese Ghouls.
I know, 46 points. Tied up with 2 other teams right now. Your Wolves also taking damage off the distance. Wolves currently at 40 points. I think they've done fairly well today, honestly. For the amount of times we've seen Wolves make some questionable plays, being on 40 points is still quite impressive. Obviously, assisted by their chicken dinner on that last game. For Weibo, this is a very important game, though. Right? I personally don't see them getting into the top 2 because I feel like there's quite a few mistakes that are being made during the rotates and during the end games. But if they can get a strong game here, at least it gives them that chance in tomorrow, and quite a good chance at that if they get themselves like a 15-18 point chicken dinner from this position.
I mean, that's ideal, isn't it? Just get 15-18 points on a game. Yes, we go. Well, maybe this is the time to do it. Inner Circle with Gen G on their doorstep. Inner Circle playing as 4. Gen G, they have been busted down to 3 earlier on. And they are on the outside of this gas station, not really able to do too much apartments. Noki actually tries to flex out, but that gets caught, that gets curtailed and flushed away. Right quick on the inside. They try and go for the same rotate again. The Blues are putting pressure on, but it's not going to matter. The sprays still do damage, and Inner Circle, they lose 2 on the rotate. T24, he's flushed out as well.
That's not great. That is not great. Inner Circle just lost a lot off the back of that. And Felak is really struggling now. Here's the Falcons. This is the team we were looking towards. It's against Papara Supermassive, a team with a lot of gun power on side. A great nade, but doesn't take down Nico, but it's not Valo on the off angle to go down to the Burmese Ghouls. That is real bad news.
And look at Yatka flexing out for the Burmese Ghouls. They're the third party here. And without Narvalo, can the rest of the team stand tall? They don't have 4 anymore. I feel like this surround for the Burmese Ghouls may just be terminal. Ralph reads into it. He knows he needs high ground instead. He has a threat, though, to worry about on the off angle. And it's going to go down to the Wolves, potentially. Don't know if they're going to try and turn around and go for this one, because Yatka on that off angle might just have too much value. Ichi is already down as well, but the pull-off here coming through from the Wolves. may just give the Falcons the breathing room they need to find their way through.
Falcons down to 3 players. So like you said, as bad as it looked originally, and it did look pretty terrible. But losing Narvalo, that's your heavy hitter on the team. That's the big batter down. Yatka versus Doran. There is some good shots going through, but it's not going to take him out. Yatka does go. Burmese Ghouls looking to re-bolster that position.
Yatka down, Doran with the oversight and Godspeed and jump towards it. Burmese Ghouls not going to have a good time. They go down. Which is great for Influence Rage, who are locked in a fight. Great for them, but they have their own troubles right now. Loops as well. Got to be looking to try this one down. Plenty of teams ready to step in to the Burmese Ghouls' shoes to see what they can find. Weibo holding down the handling Papa Supermassive. Diego's still down, but that could be rezzed. As Papa Supermassive just on the one player now left standing. With Trombi trying to mount an assault up towards the top of the hill. Law has his number and will put him down. Influence Rage looking in that second place team to be that presence for Brazil. Join out the 7. The Falcons now with their challenge against the Wolves. A rematch from the end of the last. Igor just about squeaks through, but he darts back out into the blue zone. Will go down to it, and the Falcons are clipped.
Ruins the chances. Maybe both of them. Wolves a little bit further into this with 5th place, but for the Falcons, that does make life tough. And in my mind, I just don't see 2 or 3 huge games tomorrow coming out from the Falcons. I just cannot see it happening. With some of these other squads in the lobby as well, it's hard to visualize. I'd love for it to come through, but there's got to be some serious confidence coming into tomorrow. They've got to really just shake everything off, slap some cold water on their face and reset. It's got to be like it's day one all over again.
Now the next circle just over the ridgeline. Diego crawling out in the blue. Not too sure about that for Influence Rage. You want all the firepower you can muster as we're going to a roadside split. The fact that Weibo can sit in here as well is really nice for them because it is desperate to leave that area. A lot of open ground. The ridgelines completely surround you. The question is, will they get value for it? Because right now, 37 points. They do need more. They need a lot more, and they're not really getting stuck into the fighting.
I think the big result for Weibo right now is that they're probably going to be one of the few 4-man teams still left remaining in this game. That is the biggest positive for them. A lot of the teams on the outside, when they start making their way in, they're inevitably going to have to take fights. They're going to take casualties. I think the biggest winner on this game so far is definitely Influence Rage. Currently at 6 points on the match, up to 51. They are chasing down Alter Ego, looking to set themselves apart from the rest of the lobby. But you are right, Weibo do need more points off the back of this. But from the position they're in, they can't really afford to flex out all that much.
Not too far at all. Their influence is being limited now. I mean, Influence Rage could be jumping up into first place here, Blank, as well. On this game. They're 7 points shy. Definitely possible. In a circle, losing so many earlier on was very, very nasty stuff for them on their run out. A little bit too bold with that rotate against Gen G, but they do survive. And they will put themselves over that 40-point threshold and a little bit further beyond because they have got that placement point bonus starting to kick in now with games remaining. Everyone's guaranteed at least 1 more point if they're still alive.
Yep, so GK will end on a 1-point average on the day, which is nice. But it's not going to get them into the top 2, sadly. We are 23 minutes in, stage 6, so we're getting towards the end of the game now, but again, so many teams just looking for those placement points, looking to see themselves closer towards that top 6, top 5. Get them into a position where they can ladder up tomorrow towards first and second place. Everyone's being so cautious about this.
Just biding their time. This is really tense stuff. EK being on this hillside may be an opportunity, but Kev leathered by a spray down from Alliance across the way. We're playing on this northeast side, playing on a ridgeline. Influence Rage have their attention drawn over towards Loop by a knock that's sent their way. Alliance are getting torn apart as well as Weibo are extending feelers into this game. They're up to 2 elims now, Blank. And they'll try and keep things going, try and keep it a little bit more on side in the hole. I mean, for Loops, for Influence, the 2 big teams in this lobby in terms of the impact of this match. Right now with Influence Rage up in second, great news. Loops definitely in a position to think about taking that away from them.
Circle goes center, over towards the roadside. GK currently holding it. The Flash in a lovely spot now to play out this game. Continue to harass some of our other teams inside the lobby. Weibo already sent Sook out early. Try and get some position here. He knows where Melosa is though. There's a whiff of him. Shots over towards Alliance will keep them at bay for now, but damn, some nasty headshots coming his way there. Does have to duck straight back down again. Keep his noggin safe.
Certainly does need to. Influence Rage. Their chance to make it into the rest of this circle, curtailed by Falak. And in a circle, bust them down to 2, but get closer. One step at a time. But Law now, a barrage of nades sent his way in for Influence Rage. They're really going to struggle to weather this. Coming at him from all angles. Loops as well help for now. Second place now. Mark is drawn to a close, but Falak makes it a little bit harder to reach and actually extends his grasp towards it as well. He'll fall down to Loops, and they are now up on 48 points, 4 points shy of that Influence Rage mark in second place. It is so towards that second place bubble as Loops are racking up the points, but who else can join them? But your time to wade into the fight. Time's running out.
Weibo, like you say, aren't really earning a lot off the back of this, but it's hard with these angles, John. It really is hard. And where they've played, they've definitely secured themselves at least a top 5 on the initial rotates, but not every game. You can't just force elims every single game. I think for Alliance, for where Weibo are playing, there's definitely a game where they could just get limited elims, but they would secure a high placing.
Loops looking the most out of this game, but they are done and dusted. Team Flash may be able to finally close out the game, have a solid result, but low elim counts for pretty much everyone remaining. You got 9ZG, 0 elims coming on through. Alliance with 5, to be fair. Geeky with 0. Team Flash with 3. Weibo with... It is a quiet final circle.
Flash having flashbacks towards Group Red alongside with Weibo. 2 teams, actual nemesis between them. See who goes down first here, because it is looking like it will be a Weibo Flash finish.
I mean, it may well be, but the question is how many points do they get for it? Last player from 9ZG. I mean, he's been playing very quiet.
That does. We were always wondering how many points they're going to get at the end of the game. That's for sure.
It's always something I think about. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Hero side angle though, was Alliance able to find that outpost. It may well be Reserble though, and Geeky could have a big impact here in a way that might have been unthinkable. Team Flash, however, spot Ragnarok and cut them down to size. Only 2 of their players now remaining. Over on that sideline for Geeky. Weibo still, though, in the driver's seat of this circle. With that south side under control. Flex out comes through from Kevin. He's very, very low. Alliance looking to try and hold on, but there's the rundown from Nerzed, who does get traded off on towards. And Alliance and Geeky might just take each other out of the running of this one. Deny the points over towards the tables. The teams really fighting for those top spots. Team Flash desperately want them. Order able just about to find it. And now Weibo could start to come alive. Look for the player down. It's almost more important that Order reads that, but does get knocked for it. Cluck not going to get that flush, but what can Team Flash do with this opportunity? 33Z is down as well, and they leave Sook on a sliver of it, alive and kicking. They can res, but Team Flash can take control.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late to res. Basically, Weibo have to win this with men down, essentially. It's going to be a bit of a 1v4 scenario, but the Flash will finish this out. Honestly, for the Flash, I think that their wrap out down towards the south side was the thing that won them the game. Because what they did was they were way quicker to clear out their side of the circle than Weibo were. And Weibo suffers because of it. They absolutely do suffer because of it. For the Flash, on the other hand, I was very impressed by that ending. Really, really well done. For Weibo, I think it's around about a 12-point game, which really does not push them that far.
I mean, it's not impossible, right? And anyone, I think at this point, anyone over maybe 30 points does have a chance with that big rondo at the start of tomorrow's games. Anyone over 50 in with a fighting chance for the whole day. Anyone over 50, well, they should be on the defense, right? They should be looking to defend their spot, earn as much as they can tomorrow. Team Flash look to try and jump up and join them, but will it be enough? Only tomorrow's games will tell. Let's head back to the desk to break down the day.
And in a flash, Team Flash wins the last game of day number 1 of the last chance. Oh my goodness. What a way to play this one. Weibo make it towards the end as well, Max, man. But it was Team Flash with that high ground that were the champions of the final game.
I mean, really good from these two teams. Perfect timing because all the teams, literally every single team above them in the leaderboards were taken out a little bit early on in this game, meaning they had an opportunity to close that gap. You know what? Maybe do a final push into the top 2. Will they be able to make it though? We'll have to see as we check out the leaderboards in just a few minutes worth of time. But yeah, this entire road control Niptura, they didn't overpeak it. They weren't overzealous. That, in my opinion, that was the perfect amount of aggressivity. That's a word. It's a real one. Check it out. That was pulled off from them. So for me, that was so well done. And actually, barely any damage taken from these guys. That was so one-sided in their favor.
Also, notice Win, 3 eliminations, but only 1 knockout. So he's looking towards those other fights as well, trying to steal as many eliminations as possible that he can get his hands on. So like to see that proactivity coming from him as well, right? That aggression towards other teams, always looking for an opportunity wherever he could find it. So really nice to see those elims coming up. Again, we keep seeing this. Not a whole lot of eliminations, or not the biggest elimination wins that we are seeing, have seen so far, but they are doing just enough to stay in the conversation, stay in that top 5, and make sure. Wait, was that AMR? Was that an AMR sniper shot?
Yes.
Oh, Bolty for the win! I love this.
That's not Bolty, that's Bolty. It's a big one. Yeah. The Lynx AMR. It's supposed to take down vehicles, okay? That's how good it is. But no, very interesting one. I would say this is not a game. I don't know if you would agree, Hodrix. This is not a game that stands out to me as like, you know, all about how you take your fight and stuff. This was all about terrain knowledge and how and when you rotate. That was very important for this map if you wanted to get to the late game.
For sure. This felt completely different than I think the entire day. The whole start of this day was just aggression, you know, risking it to make sure you could possibly get the chicken dinner. I think towards the end, because there was so many teams that knew that they don't need a lot of points, right, to have a good day 2 tomorrow and still make it a top 2. So they were like, you know what? Let's just play this very carefully, very calculated, and make sure we put something on the board, because I don't think we saw one team this game even get close to 10 eliminations.
It was very spread across the board, Niptura, right? And which is good to see. The macro, if you were on IGL and you got to the late game, you know what? You're bloody good IGL. Well done. Oh, yes, but here we go. Indeed. Rotations. Oh, so much to bring up here. This one. And you know what? I want to cover this one because it's something very interesting. Look at Weibo in particular. So they go Centra pretty early on. They play in northern side Los Leones. Phase 2, they're going to go for that compound they played earlier, which is going to be in that valley area. But you're going to see they don't fully commit. They go for this split. And Flash eventually upon the next circle, circle 3, They see Flash get closer, like, we're just going to give it to you for free. And you know what? That keeps them alive as a 4-man squad Niptra into the late game scenario. It is not playing scared, it's playing respectful with your enemies and also giving yourself a higher chance to perform later on in that match. Weibo, that decision to give that compound away, sure, maybe cost you the game, but you know what? It got up to, and that's going to give you so many big point games as a reward.
Absolutely, especially when you're talking about the last game of the day. They knew what was more important. Was it more important to fight for a compound, or was it more important to have a really good match to end the day off right? And I think that's what Miramar has been all about. We had the Falcons and we had Wolves in the last match. Now we have Flash and Weibo in the second one, right? Flash getting 17 points on the board, a really, really good jump up just to keep them going when we go into day number 2. And Weibo, the exact same thing, 13 points. Alliance even 12 points as well. So really starting to see some big numbers being put up by some of the teams that struggled in the first half.
Yeah, it's so crazy, especially again, we get another match where the top 2 teams, right? Alter Ego, we see them, they get 4 points. Burmese Ghouls get 2 points. Opens the door for tomorrow. Man, Alter Ego, we heard it from the 7, Max Man, right? Yeah. Day 1, day 2 of the group stage popped off. Day 3, crazy fall off. Fortunately for them, this is only 2 days, right? So I think they all got to pretend that, you know what, let's just do the same thing we did in the group stage. We don't got a day 3, right? We can make it happen here. And it's going to be hard because you see Flash. Honestly, the team that I am the most impressed with, I think, so far, watching this, because, I mean, this is a brand new squad, guys, and they are playing like they've been here. Like, this is not their first time. This is what they do, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing a watch party looking at the SEA finals, and I was just completely shocked with how Flash were playing back in SEA, one of the strongest regions out there for PUBG Mobile eSport. And there were a lot of doubters, myself included, like, can they perform on a similar level going on the international stage here for Pmgc? And you know what? The answer so far has been yes, as they jump up in second place just behind their brethrens from SEA of Alter Ego. Oh my goodness, SEA, they're here to play Niptro. They're here to claim the final 2 spots for the finals.
They are popping off. Really nice to see. I was hoping Flash were going to do really well here. So far, they are 36 eliminations total so far today, and that is going to be the highest elimination count out of anybody in this lobby, Max. Really nice to see Weibo as well, jumping up into 5th there, so 49 points on the board there. Not too far behind. I mean, what, 9-10 points away from first place, so still all to play for tomorrow.
And I'm looking at the cutoff here. I think with 43 points, Wolves and above currently have the highest chance to be able to compete for top 2. Below that, tomorrow on Rondo, you better make it count. You know what? Drop Neox. You're gonna have, like, what, all 16 teams tomorrow there? You might get 30 points in minute 5. You know, who knows?
That's so interesting. That's so interesting because honestly, if you're 9th place on down, what do you got to lose, right?
Yeah.
I think that if you're 9th place on down specifically, you gotta drop 3-1, right? Go take 3 players all the way down to Neox and get some points, as our daily MVP was Rafina from Loops. Did you have that one called, Niptura?
No. I thought it was gonna be Krypton. Interesting. Okay. Well, GG. I mean, sure. 2.3 average eliminations. Yeah, looking like a lot of survival time as well. Yeah, GG Rafina doing the work, doing the business. Daily MVP.
He's got the Ratto Boy buff. We talk a lot about Ratto Boy when it comes to Loops, but definitely huge respects to Rafina. 2.3 average elims. You know what? He flew completely under my radar. I did not expect to have a play of Loops up on this leaderboard. I thought it might be Krypton, right, from Alter Ego, seeing how good a day he's had. But no, 2.3 average elims apparently will be enough to put Rafina as your daily MVP. GG's.
Hey. 50 points Loops has so far. They only need 4 to catch up to that 2nd place. But what a day 1 last chance and did not disappoint. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage with the 7WG to wrap up our first day of last chance.
Six matches remain of last chance. 64 dreams are still alive, considering how the leaderboard is currently working. And I currently have to my right IQ from Inner Circle. You're currently sitting in 7th place with 46 points, only 8 points behind second place. I want to rewind to the first match of today in Rondo because it was absolutely chaotic. We had, I think it was maybe 8 teams hot dropping in Neox Factory. With that knowledge and how crazy more than likely tomorrow is going to be, are you looking to change that drop going into Rondo?
To be honest, I don't know right now what we will do tomorrow, but we will decide tonight. But for now, we will go to New York and grab some kills.
Oh, okay. I'm hoping you end up grabbing those eliminations now after day 2. I actually looking into day 2, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Day 1 is over. I want to know if there's something that you already recognize as a team that you need to change going into day 2, and you need to change it right away.
I think we need to fix our communication because we are still lacking in some of the communication fights. So yeah, we need to fix our communication and then we will bang the lobby. Bang.
Okay, I mean, Naki's performing, you're performing too. I want to see Falak start performing as well. Thank you so much, IQ. Now I'm here with Rafinha from Loops Esports because your squad right now is sitting only 4 points away from that second place. Brazil is known for aggressiveness. In this lobby, which squad do you think can match that aggressiveness?
Então, agora vocês estão a 4 pontos do top 2, né? Vocês são... O Brasil inteiro é conhecido por uma agressividade, né, no jogo. E qual equipe que você acha que tem essa agressividade parecida com a do Brasil agora nesse campeonato?
Durante os treinos, nós tivemos algumas equipes que bateram de frente e se destacam. Creio que a Inf, FL e a própria IC. Então, é isso. Todas são boas, mas tem umas que se sobressaem um pouco.
So yeah, during the trainings we noticed that 3 teams very aggressive as well. Inf, IC, and LF. So yeah, they're pretty strong as well.
Yeah, not surprised you mentioned INF too. I mean, they are Brazilian as well. Now, in this last match, you were able to push all the way up to that 4th place. What do you think the team needs to do to continue on that momentum and secure a top 2 finish tomorrow?
Então, nessa última partida, vocês dispararam pro top 4, né? O que vocês acham que vocês têm que manter para amanhã, para continuar vencendo?
Vencendo, mas acho que começar a vencer seria o que a gente deveria fazer, né? Começar a finalizar melhor as partidas. Creio que a gente está agressivando muito, mas na hora de finalizar ainda está faltando aquele carinho, então seria isso. Essa grande mudança.
So yeah, I think we should focus on winning more because we kind of struggle a little bit when we reach top 3, top 4. Drop aí, muita galera caindo. Você acha que vocês vão continuar com esse plano mesmo, e trocando? Ou vocês vão mudar mais ou menos de estratégia?
Não, é sempre bom pegar umas killzinhas, então vamos continuar assim.
It's always good to catch some eliminations, so yeah, we're gonna focus on that.
As you were answering that, all the team from Team Falcons is just looking at me and saying, no. Hopefully it doesn't end up happening, but who knows what's going to happen tomorrow because the way that the leaderboard's currently set, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, on day 2 of Last Chance, at the end, 14 squads will be eliminated, and only the top 2 move on to the Pmgc Grand Finals.
That's what I've been waiting to see, baby. That toxicity, right? All deals are off. Tomorrow is the last chance. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. Maxman, final thoughts going into tomorrow.
I mean, it's going to be intense, man. There's so many teams still in the race. But you know what? I'm not even going to talk about teams. I can't wait to get in that Neox Factory hot drop. Yes! I'm going to have to buy some popcorn tonight because, oh my goodness, that is going to be just absolute pure PUBG Mobile goodness. Let's go.
Hey, guys, Rondo is the name of the game tomorrow. Nepturo, I know you were frozen in excitement for what's going to happen. Yes. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for some crazy last chance action.